Okay. Good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing today? Let me set this up real quick. Wonderful. All right. So timing is going to start as soon as I hit yes on this start the game from the beginning. I'll give you a countdown. Well, thank you for the good luck. Appreciate that. So we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. But hello, everyone. I'm SableDragonRook. You can call me Sable. We're going to be doing a basic any percent of The Last Guardian. And that's going to be starting off our Trico Fecta, which is a Team Eco relay of all 3 of the Team Eco games. It just so happens that Last Guardian is first. Doesn't have to be that way. Up in the top left-hand corner, we've got Mort, who is still sleeping. He'll be up in about 20 minutes, I believe. But he is a lizard, for those that have not seen him before. So once we're done with Last Guardian, which is going to be about 3.5 hours, Hayaoki is going to be taking over for Eco. And then we will hand it off to TikTak for Shadow of the Colossus. All of them are any percent. And they're just chained together. Thanks for the good luck. Appreciate it. This should be pretty relaxed. I have been doing a lot of Last Guardian lately. And in comparison, any percent seems pretty simple. I think that Hayaoki has a Twitch. I can try to find it. It might be Hayaoki Oki. I think that's what his Twitter is. But anyway, he is a Japanese runner. Sancho, Panda, and I will be commentating for him during his eco run later. And this is his first English-based marathon. So I think we are all very excited. Anyway, we've got Trico here. If you've never seen this game before, this is Trico, our big feathery friend. Well, kind of friend. He's not quite our friend yet. We're giving him these barrels to kind of entice him to be our buddy. Also, he's rainbow colored because I felt like it, and for no other reason. Yeah, I could try to find it. Try to find Hayaoki's Twitch. Give me a second. So poor Trico. We found him on the floor, chained to the ground. A couple spears in him. And we have been taking out those spears, kind of building up his trust so that he can help us out. We can be friends with him. Of course, he keeps giving us concussions, so what are you going to do about that?
That's the move.
Whoopsie. Sorry. Hayaoki, where is your... Here. It appears to be... this. Does that help? Oh yeah, JK already had it. JK's got it covered. Alright, so we have pulled the collar thing off of Trico. And now he's not chained to the ground anymore. Also, that was holding the armor onto his body. He had kind of a helmet and a little bodyguard thing. He's back in the other room shaking those off. Obviously, we're not going to wait for him to do that. Instead, we are going to try to do a little trick called ledge jump, which is, you know, pretty challenging. And you really only get a couple of attempts before Trico just walks in here anyway. So, kind of expect to fail. If you get it, hey, that's nice, you know. And, of course, I got it right as Trico came in. Well, fast is fast. Hayaoki, thank you for the good luck. I'll see you shortly. Okay, since we're not doing all barrels, we can actually use a checkpoint reset, and we're going to be using these all throughout the game. You can see that I kind of teleported somewhere else. Once we know where the checkpoints are, they always start the same way, which means that if you walk over a checkpoint and the start of the checkpoint is in a different place than where you are, you can just reset it and you'll go to wherever that is. In this case, we kind of teleported forward to go through the tunnel that we were walking through, which is faster than finishing walking through it. And now I've got this mirror that, you know, we found on the floor that we're just going to pick up and steal and never return. It's fine. Nobody's watching. Yeah, I guess I chose Rainbow Trico for good luck, even though looking at him now, it's obvious that I missed the spot on his face when I painted him. Alright, so we've got this mirror. Trico's not really sure what to think of it. But he shoots lightning from his butt when he looks at you shining it. So, I mean, that's something. We're gonna have this mirror for, you know, a hot 5 minutes or something. And then we don't have to worry about it for a while, so we'll think about more of its utility once we actually get to use it for a little bit. But for now, suffice it to say, we found it on the floor. It's cool. Trico shoots lasers out of his butt. I mean, that's what you need to know. So according to the stories that this boy has experienced growing up, these Trico creatures are supposed to be, you know, terrifying man-eaters. But, I don't know, this one seems pretty nice. And again, there I reset the checkpoint because Trico was following me down that hallway. And, you know, he's a little chicken dog. He likes to take in the sights. And that takes forever. So, we reset the checkpoint to teleport him behind me. Because this checkpoint starts with him already being here. Jeez, did we need that much debris? So that basically teleports him to our position without having to wait for him to walk down that hallway. But he doesn't like water. And if we're going to find our way out of this little cave that we're in, which we don't know why we're in, by the way, then we need to offer him some snacks. Some Baja Blast barrels. Get some good sleep. Thanks for setting me up and everything. Here, Trico. I'll bribe you with food, which works on more people and animals than you would expect. I'm a horrible Trico owner because I bribed him with that, but I'm not going to actually let him eat it. Because again, reset the checkpoint, get him over here so we don't have to wait for him to actually crunch the barrel and walk over. And then at about 9:30 we'll head out of this cave. Pretty standard any percent time, so we're on track so far. So we started in this tiny cave. The boy just kind of woke up there, and now it's like, okay, sorry Trico, I found my way out. Bye. Again, we're horrible Trico owners. Just gonna leave him behind. Trico found his way out, though. Of course he did. He's a smart boy. That's a lie. So we're outside for the first time. You can see these big walls in the distance, which is like a big circular, I don't even want to call it a valley. It's a weird looking valley that has those big walls on every side. And then this white tower. You can really see Rainbow Trico there. And Trico's super interested in this white tower. Now we as the boy have no idea how we ended up here. Or, you know, how to get out, or what's in here with us. We have no idea. We just kind of woke up and we're here with Trico. And so, you know, the boy's like, okay, you know, you seem interested in this white tower. I guess we'll go there. You probably know what's up, you live here. And so that's going to be our goal for the rest of the game. Get as close to the white tower as possible and get as high up as possible. Oof, I nearly died. Trico's following me right now across some of these like pillars over to the left. I'm not looking at him. I'm not calling. All of that is very intentional. I want to kind of regulate how close he is to me. Because I'm going to solve a little puzzle, in quotes, here in a second. That it kind of benefits me for him to not be following right on my heels. Getting that little run there is also helpful. I'm going to do this from back here. Fast shot, buddy. This either means his AI is very good today, or he's really close. Hey, quick run down the pillar. Just a little physics exploit to make sure we don't stumble there. Trico is... he is being a clingy little baby. I think I can hear him calling. Let's see where he is. Oh man, you nailed it, dude. So this is exactly why we kind of regulated how far he was going to be behind us. He was exactly where we needed him to be on that pillar so that he could just look up at me and then jump to me. No problem. He just backed up like a step, sat down, jumped. If he was closer, he would have walked past that pillar. I would have had to like wait for him to figure out where I was, wait for him to turn around, go up the pillar, turn around again. It can make a fairly large difference. Good morning, Morty. Now Morty in the top left should be a little more illuminated. His light just came on. Don't sit. Don't sit. So Trico did a very good job. Thank you, game, for all of the on-screen hints that will never go away. Even though I am actively using those buttons and have played for like 800 hours on this profile. Not supposed to be able to climb chains that fast. We can kind of use a little movement exploit to double the speed at which he climbs chains. Yeah, Rainbow Trico is very cute, but I missed a spot on his face. He's got like a little reverse tattoo. So the checkpoint reset there was because I had climbed up into a hole in the ceiling, and it was going to take Trico a while to figure out where I was. So instead of waiting for him, we just went forward to the checkpoint and said, Trico, please be here right now. And he was. And we're going to kind of do the same with this. I keep panicking because I'm like, oh, I left this barrel behind. Because the last couple runs I've done have all been to get barrels. This is just any percent. Alright, 2 feet on the floor. And he triggers the checkpoint instead of us. Then voila, he is all the way over here. Do not turn around. Look at me. Look at me. Thank you. And he turned around anyway. Now I can't tell Trico what to do at this point in the game, or honestly even ever. Don't sit. Stop. Thank you. But I can encourage him to do the things that I want to do by doing things like climbing on him. I helped him adjust the position of his head there because he will move his head according to like in response to where the boy is on him. He might turn to look at you, or he might flatten his head or whatever to try to like keep you safe. So I forced him to turn his head in a specific direction so that he would notice where he was supposed to go, even though I couldn't make him go there. And that makes things a little faster. Here's a glass eyeball, which he absolutely detests, so we'll go ahead and get rid of that so he doesn't get angry. We'll see those throughout the run in varying degrees of severity in terms of stopping our gameplay. But no matter what, anytime we see one of those eyes, gotta get rid of it somehow, doesn't matter. We can, you know, drop it like I did there so that he can't see it. We can break it. Whatever it takes. Presumably it's something like, you know, the Tricos were trained to do whatever it is that they're supposed to do here using punishment and, you know, less than ideal methods. And so we think that those eyes are maybe, you know, in order to stop Tricos from going places that they weren't supposed to be, you teach them that if you go towards the eye, you get hurt. And so now they're afraid of it, right? Or maybe they just don't like eyeball shapes because they are kind of creepy looking. Boy, please. Trico's behind this door, pawing at it, presumably. I'm not going to wait for it to open. We're just going to get him through here. Trix, don't step on me, bro. Don't step on me, bro. Thank you. Yes, Mort is actually here this time. He do be sleeping. His light just came on like 5 minutes ago. So now we see this big, like, pulsing bird cage up here, which Trico is certainly not very excited about. He's scared of it, but more than he's scared of it, he kind of wants to stick with us, which is why he's coming down even though he doesn't like it. Backbeat being entirely blue is just so goofy. So we're standing right here on purpose. I'm gonna shift just a little bit so Trico doesn't clip me out of the cage. So whatever was happening there, it made Trico not quite himself. We got crunched a little bit. Just a little munch as a treat. But I mean, we still love Trico, right? He's still a bro. And here we are, despite the fact that he maunched us. We're okay. We are just in front of his face. A little bit woozy. Presumably something happened.
Trico.
But at least we have that cool mirror. Would be a shame if something happened to that. Oh no, it's gone. I'm so sad. So yeah, we had that mirror for, you know, a solid 2 minutes. And now it's gone. No more butt lasers from Trico. The reason that runners don't usually like having the mirror, and we embrace this section where we don't have it, is because everything is put on the circle button. Like, there are like 5 buttons on this controller that don't do anything. But the developers were like, no, you know what? Circle's the best button. So let's put everything there. So there are times when, like, you're standing next to Trico, you have the mirror, and there's like a barrel or something on the ground, and you just hit circle, and it, you know what? Just roll the dice. Who knows what's gonna happen? You could pick up the barrel. You could pet Trico. You could hold the mirror up. Who knows? So we prefer not to have the mirror because that's one less variable. Yeah, they give you that mirror for what to casual players is going to be at most, if you're being super slow, I would say, like an hour of gameplay to get to this point. And then they take it away and don't give it back to you until you've been playing for, who knows, 9 more hours. Yeah, what we lost in being able to grab, because this game doesn't have grab in the same way that Shadow of the Colossus and even Eco does. What we lost in that, we gained in even more simple controls, which are like 4 buttons. Clip through the top of the ladder there. Alright, so we're gonna wake up these armors. These are the main bad guys, if you can call them that, in this game. Boy can't do anything about it, because I am but a small, fragile waif. A small lad. So we gotta count on Trico, who thankfully woke up. It was kind of bold of us to assume that would happen. Bye. Alright, backwards jump, not super what we want to see. Okay. So he chucked this helmet up here. We're going to try to set up for helmet skip. Trico's going to kind of determine how well that works. So far, so good. Not so much. Oh, but he's keyed in on my helmet, so fantastic. Trico doesn't like these armors, but more specifically, he doesn't like their helmets. He doesn't like their heads. So, instead of finishing up this fight and then doing what the game wants us to do, which is pet Trico and calm him down and get him to stick his head through a hole, we just lure him into this room with a helmet, which he very much dislikes. And once he's in here, we can just climb him, get up onto like a roof, and leave him behind. Don't have to do any of that. And that was kind of the ideal helmet skip. That went about as well as we could expect. Trico did decent in the fight. He didn't get distracted by the other helmet that was out there. So the cage is deactivated now. I almost fell to my death. I think the boy would have wobbled. But anyway, the cage is deactivated now that Trico has had his little fit of upset. And he can just walk in and out of it as much as he wants. So Trico is always going to do the same thing up here. This is a scripted event, not a cutscene. And so scripted events always work within the engine of the game. Trico's AI, every time, it's going to know, okay, I need to run down here, turn around, run again, turn around, look at the tower. And that's how it always goes. How he does that each time is going to be different because his AI will, be thinking about the rocks and the pillars and how am I going to get around all this stuff. So sometimes he does it really well, which it seems like he's doing this time. And other times, not so much. So it's kind of one of the things that speedrunners can't really control. You just learn to live with it. He actually did really well, as long as he doesn't get stuck here. Here's this white tower again, which is what he's screaming at. If we see the tower, we must scream. Them's the rules. Good job, dude. Alright, I'm gonna set up for Vine Skip. If we don't get it, I'm genuinely not gonna be disappointed. I don't like Vine Skip. Oh, I don't actually want to do it. Why would you do this to me? Oh. Alright, we did it. Alright, let me focus and I'll explain this in a second. There, it actually worked. Alright, worth it. Fantastic. Come here, Trico. Is Trico not even down yet? Oh, he's taking a bath. Trico, don't stick your head in there. It's closed. That's the point. You goob. It's closed. Yes. See? It's fine. We can't do this reset up the stairs if we do Vine Skip, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing here. Oh, of course, yeah, no, scratch yourself for sure, Treeks. Definitely not in a rush or anything. Okay, he's coming. Jeez. So, what happened there? You're supposed to end up on the floor. Trico smells that big jug of what is essentially the same stuff that's in the barrels. Gets very excited, and then won't move until you can find some way to stop that jug from smelling good, which is closing the lid. Boy, Trico, if you could stop just shifting just a little bit. So normally the way you're supposed to do that is Trico will hop down, you get off of him, you roll the jug to the center door so that when Trico sticks his head in and gets stuck trying to smell it, you can climb up on his back and get up onto those vines that led to the roof. And then from the roof, you basically do the same thing that I did. You go in there, you hop down, you slam yourself into the jug and it closes the lid. We did that very differently. We hopped on the roof as Trico was coming down, so we didn't have to do the whole stick his head in a hole and get up onto the vines bit. And then the jug was no longer in the correct place for us to close it. It's programmed to only close when you're in the center hole. So it was very difficult to close. We kind of had to just genuinely force the physics to allow it to close. Which is why it took me two run-ins to do it. A lot of the times what happens is you charge into it, it doesn't close, and then the boy just kind of face plants on it and lands back on the floor, and so you're slower than if you hadn't done it at all. But we closed it without having to do the intended path. Trico got a little distracted afterwards, if we're being real, but we forgive him. His AI wasn't sure what to do, was what happened, you know, because he didn't get to do the puzzle as he expected, so he just took a bath real quick as a coping mechanism. Gotta look up here. If I could kick the camera, thank you. This is what Trico is looking at. And off she goes. We've got another Trico watching us from up above. Also, some of these areas you can see this big bridge up here. That's the bridge at the White Tower. We'll be there later. You can see some of these cages in the distance. We will be able to climb on later. The bridge that's directly above us has an eye on it that we will have to knock down later. Lots of places that we can go. I could reset here. Trico's already with me, so I'm not going to. Intended solution here is to wait until Trico jumps up and then climb up his tail. But if we meet him on the way up, we just get to be on his face. As long as you know the timing, it's very consistent. What are you shouting about, dude? We got one of these eyeballs, but it's already broken, so Trico's not going to worry about it. Camera, why you do this to me? Alright, again, I'm going to zip Trico to me with a checkpoint reset, because he was quite far behind, actually. And if Trico is good, we can manipulate this fight to leave him behind. There are, I think, 4 armors in this room. Trico's being great. Good job, dude. So he stayed still long enough for us to get on this pillar. He'll take care of this fight on his own, and in fact, the next fight as well. And we are just going to rush as fast as we can to the next checkpoint. It's one of the only times in the game where you can just, like, skip fights. Normally the checkpoints are tied to the fights. Oh, boy. Why are you the way that you are? Explain. Stop. Thank you. So Trico is following us. He's finishing up that fight and then following us. He'll take care of these guys as well. And that was decently quick. They didn't even have time to shoot their little sigils at me. We'll get a little load here. Yep. That load kind of depends on what console you're on. I think SSD PS4 doesn't get it. I'm on PS5, so we do get it. It's just a little frame stutter. So what we didn't see... Oh, boy, child! He got stuck on the ladder. That's less than ideal. Okay, you know what? We're just going to reset this. He tried to zip to the ladder and then jammed himself in a corner. It's going to be much faster to just do this again versus trying to fight back through all those armors. Oh, but now this one's in a weird spot. Bro. Alright, well, whatever. Ah. In the end, it worked. Second time's the charm, I guess. Anyway, Trico stepped on a pressure plate is the word I'm looking for. It jammed his tail underneath his door, so I'm gonna let him out. He may or may not realize he's free. Hey, wonderful. He's actually doing his job. Is jumping up ladders faster? It depends. If the ladder's like super long, then if you can clip through the top by spacing the jump correctly, then it's worth it, but if you're just gonna keep, like, the stagger jumping thing where you have the extra animation, then not really. Trico is, doing mediocre at this fight. I need you to turn around, dude. I'm gonna move forward to help him with this a little bit. One more. Come on, buddy, you got this. Good, thank you. Oh, he's already coming. Well, way to save a little bit of time then. And he missed. I take it all back. I got it, Trico. You've had enough. I would reset, but I don't trust what's happening. That didn't quite go as scripted, so I don't want to do that fight again. Let's just be safe. Okay, one of the most important skips in the run, certainly the most difficult in the early run, command skip here. Trico's supposed to eat the 4 barrels that are in this room. Stop walking, Trico. Thank you. And then after we just kind of sit here for a while, the narrator is going to say, hey, Trico started, you know, mimicking my movements because we're such good buddies. He's a little bit far forward. I'll just kind of take this as it is. But yeah, we don't want to wait for Trico to do that. Have to give him the barrels and everything. So instead, we are just going to do that. We're going to pet Trico repeatedly to get him to sit down, which causes him to lift his head up, even though we're on it, which he's not really supposed to do. That's just enough to get up onto that pillar and squeeze our way over to the stairs, which gets us out of the room. Otherwise, hi Trico, you are like right here, my dude. Otherwise, we would have had to wait for Trico to kind of realize that he can't go anywhere, and then do some jumps to get out of that room. Saves more than a minute to do command skip. So now we can tell Trico what to do. Or rather, we can suggest what he should do, and whether he listens is up to the universe. So far, I think based on what I've seen, we've got a pretty decent Trico for today. Oops. So see, like that was a moment when we shouldn't have jumped up the ladder because I got that extra like half-second animation. It was my own fault. I went one rung too far. Child. Center yourself. Now Trico is stuck on the other side of this door, where I once again abandoned him. I need to open it for him. Not only because I need him to join me, but because I can't deal with these armors on my own. You saw me pull the head off of one armor earlier, but only because Trico knocked it down. I can't knock armors down by myself. I can't pull their heads off if they're not knocked down. I can't really do anything without Trico's help. Good job, buddy. That should count. Easy checkpoint reset. We don't have to wait for him to calm down. And in fact, that is why we reset, because we don't want to calm him down. I'll take these spears out when I have a chance. But right now we need to focus on positioning for Trico. Where you're standing on Trico, where you're looking, where he's looking, all of that stuff matters in terms of getting him to understand you. Whatever. It was a small jump. I'll take it. I would rather do a small one than risk it. So same as before, Trico's going to be stuck behind a door, and we have to do the same thing, open the door, have him help me with the armors. Except this time there are 6 or 8 instead of just 2. I think there's 6. And as you can see, checkpoint reset not only changes our position, and in this case changes the position of these rotating armors into something more favorable, it also just erases the fact that we broke our leg, so we don't have to walk around and wait for that cooldown. The armor behind me has a much wider cone of vision than it looks, like it goes a lot further. So just because the ground isn't necessarily illuminated doesn't mean he can't see me. Alright. Trico's in here. I'm gonna try to gather up these armors. Kind of. Trico didn't necessarily take advantage of that like I wanted him to. Hey, he accidentally killed that one. Way to go. Alright, the checkpoint in this room is a little more finicky. Can't just reset as soon as the fight's over. Hey, mister. Hey. Hi. So in an ideal world, I'm gonna be, in that fight, you know, I'm gonna be getting those armors to follow me in groups, so that when Trico hits one of them, he kills more than one. That didn't really happen because Trico decided to spin around. It is what it is. He still did alright. Yeah, Mort is having a very slow morning. He was not ready to get up. Another eyeball, so obviously we're going to have to get rid of this if we want Trico to proceed. Thankfully, he never saw it, so he's not even upset or even aware that it's there. And he was still standing up on his back legs in the previous room, which is why I reset the checkpoint. It's faster to get rid of that eye and then reset than it is to wait for Trico to come down onto all fours and then, like, realize where I am. Dude, you got so many spears, man. We'll be nice to him. Take these out. Now's a good opportunity. I'm not going to go for these until he spins. Otherwise he might shear me off on the wall. And he'll spin on his own. Trying to get him to turn faster is just a recipe for disaster. Alright, we don't have time for both spears, but we have time for this one. I could take out the other one. I won't, though. We'll get it. He won't have it forever. Alright, my camera was not cooperating, but thankfully Trico understood me. So we've got this chain connected to this door behind Trico. I need Trico to pull the chain to open the door, because I am a small child and can't do that on my own. But Trico doesn't really care. He's not super interested in the chain, so I have to do something to get his attention. Over here we will see about... No, not quite. I'm just gonna walk this off. I'm just like a centimeter away from the checkpoint. So I'm just gonna... We're just gonna walk off the leg thing real quick. It was supposed to be a fall damage cancel. The boy skimmed the pillar instead of canceling, which is fine. We'll just walk it real quick. What would have happened, you know, the boy was supposed to accidentally recognize that that pillar was something he could grab, even though that's not necessarily true. He would have done the grab animation, and that would have reset how far the game thought he fell. So I wouldn't have broken my leg, but it's no biggie. We've got another pot of this barrel juice, which is what I'm going to use to get Trico's attention. It's pretty cumbersome for the boy. Oh, we got the little extra jump there. It's cumbersome for the boy to carry this big old thing. So I'm gonna toss it down onto the floor. And as soon as I hit the ground, checkpoint reset, that's gonna teleport both me and the jug much closer to where we actually need to use it. And I don't break my leg. There you go, Trico. Have fun. He is playing with it in the background. I know it doesn't look it, but we want the camera to stay over here on us so that we have a straight shot through once he lifts it. Thank you. The problem, of course, is that if Trico lifts up that door using the chain, then he can't get through at the same time. So we have to wedge it open enough that Trico can fit. And we have to count on him not to stop playing with that thing until we do. Spoiler, he's gonna stop playing with it. Ideally only once, maybe twice. If we can manipulate his AI correctly, it'll only be once that he stops. Okay, so here's the one time. We get most of the way there. He's gonna back up and say, I'm gonna run into this because I want to get over to your side. And we say, Trico, don't do that. Focus on that instead. And so far he's listened. It doesn't take much longer for him to just ram the door. But still better than doing a second cycle. But it's nice to break him out of that if we can, just to save a little extra time. Alright, his animations look correct for him not to be dropping this again, yeah. Good job, dude. It used to be that we just could not figure out how to get him to not pay attention to this thing that's jamming open the door. And it turns out if you call him just right, he doesn't care anymore. So that saves a lot of time. Okay, I don't like this setup. Trico can jump from close to that platform or far away. Because he was far away, I didn't want to be on his head, because his head is going to go past this cutscene trigger that we're just now triggering. And I didn't want to watch that while on Trico's back, because I can be breaking these during the cutscene if I'm on the ground. Better, buddy? Oh, he is super on it. Unfortunately, he's doing the much further away sniff. He's always going to investigate these. We don't really have any control over how long. That was very good. There are some times when he will investigate them, but he takes like an extra step forward. And so his head is close enough to this platform that we're on now that we could just jump and leave him behind, but... There's an eyeball on top of this thing, which is why we're getting rid of it. It's hard to tell when you're just looking at this part. Hey, thanks for the good luck. This thing underneath me broke, but, you know, obviously, you only have to play once to know where to stand. Don't leave me, dude. Get back here. Alright, as with any other scripted event, Trico can do this differently every time, which means sometimes you just die, and there's nothing you can do. Trico's gonna be upset about this. I don't know what the difference is between the colors. You know, some eyes are blue and some are like pink. But either way, he hates them, so we have to get rid of it. And just like the last one, this cart is also connected to the platform that we're on. So as soon as it goes, the platform's gonna start to break. I wanted to give him just a little bit of extra time just to be sure. It's an annoying checkpoint to have to reset if Trico doesn't do this correctly. Ah, that looks like a good position. Decently high up on the tail. Now we need to help Trico hang on until he can jump up. If you are a horrible person, you can just let him fall here and submit your time for the bad ending category. We're not going to do that, of course. There's a great example of the circle button being just everything. I went to grab this jug and the boy interpreted that as run backwards, pet Trico's face. In reality, though, based on the time, if we had chosen to do bad ending there, I think it would have been a new world record. It would have been close. I think the world record is 55, and we're in the 54s, but it does take him a little while to fall. I'm gonna get Trico over here. So I reset because now Trico is behind me. He wasn't before. So this armor up here has a spear because he sees Trico. Spears are for Trico, swords are for the boy. If I had chosen not to reset, Trico would not have been behind me because he was still sitting off in the distance scratching his ears. And so that second armor would have had a sword. He would have pursued me really aggressively, and it would have been harder to get up onto this platform with the pendulum. You can do it either way. The strat is different depending on which way you choose to do it. Not resetting for Trico is like a little bit faster, but obviously then if you get caught, it ends up being a lot slower, so let's just go with the still very fast but safe, huh? Man, Treeks, you done already? You are a machine, my dude. Way to go. You took care of those guys, no problem. No, every button basically does the exact same thing. I played this game recently for the first time. I was not expecting the gut punch it left me with at the end. Yeah, Team Eco loves that kind of thing. They love just like setting up a premise, getting you invested, and then being like, aha! Your feelings. Personally, I think Last Guardian does the best with that, but I'm also maybe a little biased as a Last Guardian main. I know, Trico, honey. It's a big eyeball. I get it. If you chill for a second, I can fix it. Why is he just... He's really backing off into a corner. Can you stop? Stop. Alright, straight pivot. Way to go, man. So, obviously, he's afraid of that. It's possible, and in fact has been pretty common lately, to get him stuck in a loop there, where like you tell him to boost you up over here, and then he's like, okay, and walks forward and then gets scared by the eye, and then you tell him again and he walks forward and gets scared by the eye, and it just goes in a circle. But he did a good job. These were the cages I called out before. And I said, hey, we're gonna be there someday. And someday is now. So this eyeball, the way you're supposed to solve it is, you know, it's got broken pieces and all of these little, they look like clams to me, these ledge things. So you're supposed to kind of go in and out of the broken parts, weaving through both sides of the eye until eventually you get to the top. I'm hopefully not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to cheese myself up onto a place that I'm not really supposed to stand, which is right here. Hop across, grab the end, and the puzzle's done. That was jumping from the beginning to the end of the puzzle, and we don't have to worry about the rest. Sometimes that doesn't work because, you know, the universe just says no. And I mean that genuinely. Like, sometimes the way that that eyeball loads in causes it to have a little bit more wiggle. Like the wind is blowing, you know? And it will move horizontally out of your jump line in the middle of your jump. And so you just kind of shoot past it and don't grab those little ledges. So as per normal, there's nothing you can do about it is kind of the motto of this speedrun. What? What? No, no, no. The dog is looking at me. My husband just left for work. Or maybe is still here but is getting ready to leave. And the dog came over to me like, what's happening? The real life dog, not the chicken dog. So here was another location I pointed out earlier. Down there in that little Colosseum looking thing is where we were standing with Trico when he took a bath. and we looked up and whoa, Trico, why would you do that? We looked up and saw that there was another Trico, like, standing on top of this pillar. And I looked up and said, hey, on that bridge, there's an eye up there. And here we are. I thought Trico was glitched. He wasn't coming. Not super the location I want to be, but I'd rather be here than on his legs. Morty, good morning! The lizard has awoken. Trico's stuck on a pillar now. Because he breaks things. That's kind of just his whole thing. Oh yeah, no, that's one of my favorite things about the speedrun, is it's genuinely just like me talking to Trico for 3.5 hours. So Trico's over on that pillar. He doesn't have anywhere to go. If we... Boy, child, please. Thank you. If we walk across this grassy area that I'm shimmying past, there's a little cutscene where the boy turns back to Trico and he's like, oh no, you're stuck. Don't worry, I'll figure out something. So we shimmied past that cutscene trigger. Instead of, which is, you know, why we didn't just walk like normal people. Hey, skip that little scene. And now, we have to find a way to get Trico off that pillar. Across from Trico is a drawbridge that's still, like, up. It's not horizontal yet, if that makes sense. And so... Oh, why would you jump right now? This armor is going to be following me so close. Up the next staircase, too, I think. Anyway, Trico's not willing to jump to that drawbridge because obviously it's not down yet. So the boy is going to go across some scaffolding and then, like, jump across and grab onto some like, pipes. And then suddenly the pipes are going to break and Trico's going to be like, oh no, my child, he's going to fall. I need to go over and save him even though the bridge isn't down. Or at least that's how it's supposed to go. In reality, we're not going to do any of that because we're speedrunners. Excuse me. Do not. Instead, I'm going to go all the way across, except I'm not going to grab those pipes that break. And instead, I'm going to cheese myself onto the top of the drawbridge where you're not, like, supposed to be standing because it's not down yet. And I'm going to get straight to the lever without Trico having saved me. And the game is going to get so confused by the fact that I got over there without Trico that it's just going to spawn Trico on the drawbridge. And there we go. We're not supposed to be here. Grab the ladder, hop down. Beautiful drawbridge skip. Trico is now boop, on the ladder, or on the drawbridge. And he wasn't supposed to be. He was supposed to still be over on that pillar and then doing like a cutscene where he's like, oh no, my boy. So we just skipped all of that. Because the game has to put him on the drawbridge or else I can't proceed. So I forced the game to move him. Yeah, no, that was like a super ideal drawbridge. You'll love to see it. So Trico is coming up behind me. I know that I completely abandoned him like a horrible pet owner, but he's coming up behind me and he's like, you know what? This has just really been a harrowing experience. I'm not having a good time. I would like a snack, please. Which, you know, fair. So whenever he does that, he'll just stop moving. He'll be like, no, I'm not going anywhere until you feed me, please. And we're supposed to be throwing this barrel, like, from platform to platform and running after it real quick before it slips back down to the bottom. But I just clipped the boy's foot onto a little seam in the textures and just kind of walked out of the puzzle. That's called barrel skip, and we're going to do 2 more of them. Later, not now. Trico's not that hungry. We affectionately abandoned him for a moment so that we could get him a snack. Except for all those other times, but we don't talk about that. Alright, I wanted to push that minecart just a little bit with what seemed to be a suboptimal grab so that I could get the ideal grab onto this platform. Alright, Trico's up and at him again. He's ready to go. He's had his Baja Blast barrel. Oh, he is complaining. You hear him? He's just over here ba-rooing constantly. He is upset, and he will let you know. Hey, flashlights for eyes. Can you get in here? Alright, whether he just understood me or not is always unclear. He seems to be doing a good job. I think he's got it. Sorry about all the spears, dude. Oh, look at him go. Beautiful job, Trico. Always really challenging to get him to understand that command. Because it's such a tight space. And it's dark, which means that it can be hard for him to see you. Like, that is actually a thing. He needs to be able to see you or feel you if you're on his back. Give a command. Alright, let me get a little bit closer here on Mr. Mort. Because if he's gonna be sleeping this entire time, we can look at his cute face. Alright, buddy. You gonna do a good job? I doubt it, but I love you anyway. Nah, not quite. That's okay. Every now and then, if Trico's AI is like super on point, we can get him to make this jump before he hears this other Trico in the distance. And he won't do all of this, like, being upset and everything. Come on, Treeks. We gotta go, okay? Pay attention, man. I know the eyeball is scary, but I need you to pay attention. So, intended way to get down from this puzzle, you can see Trico's looking at this eye up here. Intended way to get down is to be on Trico's tail and hit the beginning of this rope. I, of course, am going to jump halfway down using his head. If you die, it really sucks. You go all the way back to that drawbridge and have to do all that stuff again, but we're too good for that, right? Alright, so Trico's behind me, very distraught. He's looking at this eye and kind of trying to cope with it. So you can see he's going to keep going between these pillars. He's going to go away, and then he's going to be like, oh no, my person, I forgot about him. And he's going to like try to come back closer to me and then be like, oh, but the eye, and just over and over. He'll keep that cycle going. You can see over there in the distance are those cages that we were climbing on earlier when we did that eye skip. Up here is the big white tower, which we're still trying to go to. Lots of places. What else can we see? Oh, no, that's it for now. And again, we're kind of abusing the, whoopsie, the movement here to climb up this rope twice as fast as we're supposed to be able to. Works on chains as well. I originally figured it out because I had just come off of running Inside, the Play Dead game. And in that game, you can, like, spam like that to climb faster. And I think it was just still muscle memory, and I was like, huh, I wonder if it works here too. And weirdly, it does, so... I can see the boy has his arm out, or arms out, whenever he's on something narrow. That's how he would be walking across this rope. However, I tricked him into thinking that he's on flat ground and not on something narrow by starting this run on flat ground and then interrupting him before he does the arms out motion. And as long as we chain that across the entire rope like that, we can do rope run, which stops him from ever doing the very slow arms out animation. This, where we go down to meet Trico, whoop, is called Panda Plummet because it was found by Sancho Panda. Sancho will be here later to help commentate for the eco portion of this Tricofecta. Trico, I'm so sorry you have so many spears. I will take them out soon. Because Trico's gonna do a little bit of climbing on this tower by himself because he's, you know, everybody's smart little chicken dog. And while he's doing that, I can take the spears out. For right now, I need to be more concerned about my positioning. See, look at this spot that I missed on his face. He's got like a war stripe. Yeah, trifecta sounded too boring, you know? Because Trico, obviously from Last Guardian, plus it has eco in it, so like that's as close as we could get. Sorry, Shadow. Can't really fit you in there. So there's an eye, which is what Trico is upset about. I knew ahead of time, obviously, that I would have to take care of that, so I left before he even got upset. That's true. Shadow's title was Nico, as in number 2, so it counts. I could use some help here, dude. Help? The things I go through for you, Trico. I always like to give him a little longer than you actually need to, because it's really easy for him to drop you here. Or like not catch you, you know, he just whiffs. They did if you're playing in mirror mode. Dorman's name is, obviously Nimrod backwards. As in the famous biblical hunter. Treeks, can I not be on your tummy, please? Alright. Let's get rid of these spears, dude, huh? Yeah, I mean, it's fair that they didn't really like that name for Dorman because, you know, like, that is the name of a famous person, but it got used as a name for somebody you know. Like as an alternative to calling somebody stupid, right? Which probably isn't the vibe that you want for your all-powerful, well, mostly powerful deity creature, so. But that's Shadow the Colossus. We'll see that later. Trico, I want to take out these spears, but more than that, I don't want you to shave me off your body. So can you, like, hop and then turn around, please? As I was talking about earlier, unlike Shadow the Colossus and Eco, which both have, like, a hold on button, either to hold Yorda's hand or to, like, cling onto the Colossi. Last Guardian doesn't have that. We just have to trust that the boy is going to grab Trico's feathers. And that trust is often misplaced. Which is why I didn't want to pull these spears until Trico had turned around. Because if he's walking next to this building and the boy is, like, being scraped against the building, I can't control whether he continues to hold on. So it's fairly common for the boy to get pushed off of Trico if you're near structures like this. Which is why I changed sides. There. We got most of his spears. It wouldn't be Last Guardian if Trico wasn't breaking literally everything. So there's that old meanie head. She was the one we saw earlier, down in that little Coliseum place. She was also the one that we could hear off in the distance that made Trico very upset. So she's just kind of a meanie head, you know? She knocked us all the way back down here, because remember, we're trying to go as high as possible to get toward that white tower. And she knocked us all the way down here. If you don't recognize this room, which I don't blame you because it's now in rubble, this was the room. You can see that chain down there. That's where we put the jug on the chain to have Trico help us open the door. Trico's tail is stuck. You'll see it spurring out of there in a second. So we're all the way back down here. Doink! There goes his tail. She erased a lot of progress. Because, again, she's kind of a jerk. Yes. In the community, her name is affectionately Susan. Hi, Treeks. So he's a little bit hurt, you know, his ear is down, his eye kind of hurts a little bit, but he's okay. And I'm trying to get his attention. He's trying to think of how to get me out of here. Trico, don't you even think about it. He was thinking about going down. So one of his ideas is he's like, okay, I'm going to go against this wall. I'm going to grab it. I'm going to reach over sideways and get you in my mouth. Oh, can't do it. Too far away. So next up, I say, hey Trico, did you notice there's a thing above me though? And he's like, oh, I didn't. Let's try that. And you can see very gently he's making sure not to kick me in the face. He's up above me now. There's a little tail over here. Give it a little shimmy sham, Treeks. Just a little bit. There you go. And we are up here. Now you can see down below me, I'll show you in a second so that I don't get all weird here. Even though that's what's going to happen anyway, because the boy won't listen. There are vines down below me. And normally we would do vine skip here. I'm not going to because I am notorious in the community for dying. Hop down, Treeks. So we're going to do a modified vine skip. Instead of jumping all the way from the top here, instead I am going to jump from right here. Donk, right onto these vines. And then Trico once again is going to sit down. He's just had a rough time, so he's like, I want another barrel. And we're supposed to take this barrel up these platforms, roll them down, jump across, all sorts of stuff. But, as I said before, you just hook your foot just right, and you skip the puzzle. That was barrel skip number 2. It's funny that each barrel skip happens when Trico is sitting to, like, force you to give him barrels. And we don't do barrel skips other than that in, like, all barrels or something. It's just those 3 times align with the 3 barrel skips. Alright, let's tap this just a little bit. Whoopsie, too far. That's too far, Trico. I know. I'll get it for you. Don't waste your animation, okay? See, buddy, I told you it was too far, and that you shouldn't waste your animation, and there you went anyway. Alright, that'll get Trico feeling better. Give me your spear, man. I don't want to be petting you, I want to be removing your spear. No offense. There we go. We got Trico all cleaned up finally. So Trico's making his way back up to where we were. Thankfully, when she knocked us down, you know, she opened this hole in the ceiling and everything. So we don't have to just straight up retrace our steps in order to get back to where we were. But up at the top, of course, there's going to be more problems. We can't quite see them yet. But up on a ledge over here, up by that railing, is going to be some armors. So we're heading into another fight, which obviously I need Trico's help for. The problem is that for the first time, these armors are holding shields that are made out of those eyes that Trico doesn't like. So he's not going to come help because he's scared. But the boy can't fight armors on his own, so kind of a problem. We need to get these armors to let go of those shields, to drop them, so that Trico can come over. For this fight in particular, it's okay if they pick the shields up again, like Trico will still come over. For any fight after this, if the guards pick up the shields, even after they've dropped them, Trico will get scared again, so you need to make sure that they never pick them up. Ideally, the way to do that... Uh-oh. Oof. That extra landing there wasn't intentional. Ideally, the way you do that is, you know, you get them to drop the shields, and then while they're occupied doing something else, you pick up the shield and throw it, and it'll shatter. But sometimes you just kind of take what you can get. So we need to get these guys to drop their shields and get Trico to come over to help. And you can hear that the fight music is already kind of starting. It's the warning music. It plays before you trigger a fight with armors, but when there is armors nearby to trigger. Alright, we're gonna do a little zigzag pattern here. Make sure that we don't get caught by this guy. Oh, that extra step might have just cost me. Alright, we'll get that guy gone. I'm not gonna have time to get this guy out the window because of that extra step. Ooh, hey, nice. The armor behind me missed, so yeah, that guy had his shield up, but because this is like a learning fight. Oh yeah, no, pick up the one helmet that isn't attached to a guy. Sure, thanks. Oh, Trico, please don't kill me, dude. Okay, that works. Good job, man. You're actually wrecking shop, kinda. Yo, that fight is over? Way to go, man. He destroyed them. Very, very good fight. Sancho, welcome. Trico. Trico. Hi. Okay, he should have that. The music in this game is really good. It really kind of peaks toward the end. Like the music during the cutscenes, which sadly we don't watch in any percent, is really, really good. In fact, I had some of it in my wedding. Because it's just very nice. Alright, Trico's gonna shout for a second. So sure, we can get rid of the spear. Last Guardian again, I know, right? It's weird. It's almost like some people might think this is my main game. So weird. So Trico could hear that other mean Trico, Susan, in the background once again, which is why he got upset. Once again, these wooden things out here, pressure plates for Trico. He steps on it, bam, the door closes. Same thing that happened before, that got his tail stuck. And he's off without his human. We're gonna be on the other side of that grate over there in just a second. Unfortunately, not just a literal second, probably like 3 minutes. And here's another one of these big jugs. We encountered one of these toward the beginning of the game when I did Vine Skip, and we had to put a lid on it in order to get Trico, like, to stop paying attention to it. Unfortunately, this one doesn't have a lid. So we're gonna have to find some other way to get Trico to not care about this bucket of Baja Blast. Boy, see, that's what I mean about, like, I don't have a grab button. So the boy was supposed to grab that little platform, but he just, like, didn't, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's fine, though. All we have to do is climb Trico again. So there are tracks down there. We know ahead of time that if we leave the tracks the way they are, they're not going to lead anywhere. So we'll swap them. Alright, Treeks. Let's rid you of your tasty goo. Oh, hi, Morty. Didn't realize that he woke up and got closer to the camera. Sorry, Trico. So he's very upset that I just spilled all of his juice. But hey, I'm sure it's completely fine to be swimming around in this, like, neon green water. That's probably great. Now Trico's above me, and I'm trapped down here. In order to get me out, I need Trico to break a hole in the floor and then put his butt right over it so that his tail comes down and I can use it like a rope. Which is why I'm moving this barrel, or box, because that's what I'm going to stand on to grab his tail. We need the game to give him credit for walking on the right spot, which it is often kind of hesitant to do for some reason. Come on, Treeks. Mort looks about as awake as I feel. Mort has woken up briefly, like 3 times, and then decided that it wasn't worth it. Come on, Trico. You are not even close to in the right spot. Almost. There you go. Alright, so Trico broke that hole in the floor. Wonderful. You'll love to see it. And now I'm going to get him to pay attention to me over here, because that's going to cause him to spin around and put his butt over the hole. Hey, man. Almost there. There you go. He's looking at me. So, his tail is kind of through the hole. Now, we're not going to look at him. Because if you're familiar with game design, it usually happens that when you're not looking at something, it doesn't exist. Which means that as long as we're not looking at the scaffolding, yep, his tail has a much lower chance of getting stuck on things. Because it doesn't really exist. Ooh, Trico. Let me off your tail. Bro, let me off. I think we triggered that checkpoint, but I did not want to do that entire puzzle again, so just wanted to be safe. How did you get another spear, dude? You weren't even fighting anybody. I guess you were. You just did that fight so fast, I already forgot about it. There are 2 armors off to the side here. Trico, please. And so Trico's going to take care of those. And then I know ahead of time that he's going to sit down once again and be like, hey, hungry, please. Which is why I'm getting this barrel in this room while he's doing the fight. This is the other side of the grate that I said we would be at in a couple minutes. Trico seems to be having a little bit of a hard time with these armors. Alright, hop up onto that box for the beloved Sancho step, named after Sancho Panda, who is in chat. Here you go, buddy. Have a snacko. Don't knock it into the hole, please. Yes, very tasty. We did the panda plummet earlier as well, so truly you are immortalized. Now it's very cute and all. Trico's tail is stuck again. But after you give Trico that barrel, he'll do like a little happy dance. I interrupted him out of it, and I feel very bad. But we gotta keep going. Because we gotta try to be speedy. Child. You are a thorn in my side. As is the nature of this game, Trico is stuck behind a door. We have to find a way to open it. White tower over here. You're going to see it come around on the left. Over there. We're getting closer. Look how high we are. Can't even really see where we started anymore. Alright, so the problem is, we've got this armor, we're trying to get through to Trico. Armor catches me, I can't fight the armor by myself, so... Trico tried his best, he just, you know, he's Trico, he's gonna ruin things. All the time, every time, it's just what he does. That's right, Awizzy. I still need to fix my splits. I used to have gold splits play the Awizzy from the narrator. Hi, buddy. Thank you for saving me. Sorry, I'm not gonna let you do your cute thing. Trico, if you just stand there, will reach down, grab you by the shirt, and yoink you and like throw you up onto his back. And it's very cute. But problem number one, that can kill you. And problem number two, you are delayed in giving him commands if he does that. Sometimes, in an ideal world, you can give him the command and then he'll do it anyway. And that's nice, but... Alright, so in the next room are 4 armors. And they spawn in from back to front. By resetting the moment that the boy touched down there, I can interrupt their spawn, and you can see there is only one here at the end, where there would be 4, one in each of these alcoves. This third one would have had an eye shield. So by cutting off their spawn with a reset, we can avoid having the one that has a shield, which is honestly huge. And depending on when you do that reset, which is kind of flexible based on the system you're playing on, how many frames you get to do it, you can have 1, 2, 3, or 4 armors. The negative, of course... Sorry, I keep having to clear my throat. The negative, of course, is that the game, as far as the game is concerned, right? It's like, oh, well, there are 4 armors in this fight, and you've killed one. There are still 3 more. So the fight music continues. And it will continue until we reset the checkpoint. Or die, but I'm not sure how we would die, so... Alright, Trix, you ready? There's a barrel up here that is an utter nightmare. If you were here for the all barrels run last week, oh, I'm pretty sure we spent some time on it. You have to take one of the helmets from the armors and put it on here with the boy, and then Trico has to yoink it up here, and somehow it has to stay on top of this grate. It is such a... Come on, Trico. I like the way that the fight music is kind of adaptive, right? Like in instances like this is kind of the intermediary fight music. So it's when a fight is still happening but you're not actively in combat. And then it like seamlessly transitions back into the actual fight music when the armors are around. Fezziwig, where are you? Turiker, thank you. A little bit of menu lag there. Cool. Alright. Trico is behind us. I reset to stop the fight music. And, you know, it kind of zips him to us a little bit faster, but mostly for the fight music. Trico will be on his way. He's around the corner. Well, how about less shouting and more walking, buddy? Alright, so we're heading into the water puzzles section. One of the most consistent areas of the speedrun. Kind of a nice reprieve. Come on, Trico. So Trico doesn't like water, right? We've determined that multiple times. We I've had to tempt him into the water with barrels. Where's Trico's medal? Right there. I put Trico's necklace on. Yeah, that's right. Trico needs his bling. So you'll be able to see that on his neck from time to time. It's mostly covered by his feathers, but the spears are not bling. Fair. They are shiny though, if we're being real. Hey Trico. So this time he didn't need a barrel in order to be coaxed into the water. Stop it, mister. He didn't need a barrel, he just needed me to go first to know that it was safe. I would get the spear now, but I can't actually reach it under the water. So I don't blame casual players for being confused at this point because it's super not clear what's happening. Every time I'm hitting these levers, it's opening the door that's like right by me, but it's also opening a door deep underneath the water, which is what we just went through. And the same thing's gonna happen here. So a lot of players are like, okay, I opened the door, who cares? Because they don't know that it opened one down below as well. And there's really no like indicator that that happens. So it is very confusing. Because the boy can't swim far enough to even see that other door before he runs out of air, so it's not like you can check. I swear, Trico, if you're pooping... He pooped there during really longathon all barrels last week, and then I wasted an hour and a half trying to get him to poop during the platinum. I did waste my luck, you see? Come on, Trico, don't leave. Don't leave, my dude. You stay here. Stay here. I know, buddy. Nobody likes water. So once again, we're gonna get him to go down into that door that we opened, that you can't see. Am I on him? It's not vibrating. Yep, okay, there we go. Alright, we are on our way. So Trico, bless his heart, is a big chicken dog that has gigundo lungs. I, a small child, do not. So he just kinda left. The abandoner has become the abandoned. I mean, that's right. He's like, look, man, this is what you get for trying to leave me behind right at the beginning. And every other time. So Trico's gone. He's just, he outie. And we are just the boy, by ourselves. No mirror, no Trico. Sad day. These platforms that glow are connected to these elevators. They are what cause the elevator, like, cages to open and close. That will be relevant later. But for now, our main goal is to find Trico, because, let's be real, we're not very useful without him. I'm not gonna do the swag strat here. Our time is quite good. Let's just keep it. Like, in the context of a marathon, this is a really nice any percent, so. It is true that the narrator is, like, kind of not actually a very good storyteller. He's, like, the vaguest. It's like if your grandpa was telling you a story and he was like, you know, one time I went to this city and there was, like, this restaurant. It was so good. And that's just the whole story. So as per usual, gotta go up. The de facto is always up. There's a bloody Trico feather down here. So, I mean, hey, that's something. We don't really know why it's bloody. And somehow at the restaurant I got several concussions. Exactly. I guess that's maybe why he's not a good storyteller. The boy has been yanked around so much. His brain is struggling. Here's some more Trico feathers. We're on the trail. And alas, here's a Trico tail. So we won't have to be without our Trico for very long. Unfortunately, this is the Trico that has been mean to us. She's the one that hit Trico back. Whoops. Nope, I was right. That's very weird of me to get that confused. That's the Trico that hit us back down to the bottom of the valley. It's the one that Trico keeps hearing in the distance. Very glad that I cycled her the way I did. I was a little extra cautious. I got her locked onto the tree. Which just took, you know, an extra second or something. Yeah, no, I was not about to show off a new skip. My brain just completely ceased functioning for 5 seconds. That's very funny. I've never done that before. For some reason, my brain just couldn't parse, like, whether there was 2 holes or just one. Because there is, like, an early part of that puzzle that we don't do, you know? So I was like, oh, wait, I'm walking into the part that we skip. I'm just being a goob, don't mind me. I mean, there is a way to do this faster without going up the vines, but that's why it's in the task. I briefly considered trying to do that, but it becomes very bad very quick if you fail, which I would, so. Because I was hanging around in this area a couple weeks ago, recording for the task, and could you just get up here? And I was like, oh yeah, I should see if I can make any refinements on that, and I like couldn't even do it again, let alone fix it up more. I mean, it's doable. I know it is. It's just I was having a hard time doing it. Oh, she's not. Yep, she's not quite right. So the game had to just basically respawn her in the right spot. So this is not ideal. We were trying to use this elevator to get away from her, and now we're just kind of stuck here. Her horns, it's hard to see because she's facing away from us, but her horns are resonating with whatever this noise is, and it's calling her somewhere. So, whatever that is, it's more important than us. And off she goes. And here we are. We are now on a timer. Not really much we can do, except for run in circles and scream, which is honestly probably a fine response to this situation. But you can see for the purposes of rolling, right, that this cage is not easy because it's not a circle. I don't even know what you would call this shape. So it doesn't just roll in a straight line, you know? If I want to go anywhere in it, I have to, like, carefully balance it. No, his joints are going to be just destroyed by the time he's 30. Between all of this getting thrown around and him just, like, jogging in place. He's going to need a knee replacement at 25. There we go. I waited for what seemed an eternity. We sure did. Alright, so we fell asleep in the cage. It's been who knows how long. And we're just kind of here. Anytime now. There we go. After all this searching, it turns out that we weren't the ones to find Trico after all. He was the one who found us. And he says, "I'm so sorry for leaving you in the water to drown. This will not be the last time, but for now, I'm so sorry." There you can see his little badge on his neck. Very good, Trico, thank you. Alright, now we begin Cage Puzzle. Trico has already stepped forward, ruining everything. Not quite, but he is kind of being a goof. That's a little further left than I would like to be, but we could probably make it work. So, Cage Puzzle is a run ender for a lot of people. If Cage doesn't go well, it can very quickly go very poorly. There is almost no in-between. Alright, Trico wants pets. Sorry, buddy, I can't do that. More importantly, please don't move the cage. Thank you. Is Trico behaving so far? Yeah, I mean, we are doing... I am very happy with this, honestly. I mean, I am not expecting... Oh, Trico. Oh, Trico. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ooh. Oh, we are so close to being on the edge. Give me just a second. I have to focus. I have to focus real quick. Alright, we gotta fix this because Trico kind of worked it up a little bit. Okay. Nice recovery. Thank you, me. Oh, please get off the edge. Okay, great. That was definitely 100% under control at all times. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with where we're at, honestly. We aim to get to cage puzzle at 2 hours for just kind of your standard nice any percent. So we're going at a nice clip. I'm gonna run this back real quick. I also need to change the camera. Can we not, please? Can we not do this? I was just talking about how well this is going. Sometimes it does this. It just gets super stuck for no reason. There we go. Come on. There. It's a momentum thing. But yeah, I mean, this is certainly a good any percent. So my leg will be broken, just kind of happens that way. But we need to get this cage open, ideally before Trico gets down here. Don't necessarily... Alright. If we stay up here, this is workable. Yeah, don't super love what's happening, but we're gonna make it work. Yep, alright, cool. Good enough. Good enough. That was certainly not a bad cage puzzle. Yeah, no, he is made of just... Who knows what this boy is made of. He is so durable. So Trico's sitting down again. As per his normal, I'm hungry. So we need to get him a barrel. The only barrel in the area is down here, behind the armor. And this is going to be barrel skip number 3. Of 3. Put the heads on the armor to wake them up. He wakes up, he says, "Oh, there is a child here, excuse me." And so I go grab the barrel. He starts pretending he's from Naruto. Thank you very much, hand signs. And boop, up we go. He can't follow me up here. You're supposed to like walk all the way around, and there's an easy place over here to climb up. But ain't nobody got time for that. And then that armor just stays in permanent unhappiness, I guess. His only chance to capture the child has gone away, and now he's just trapped down there. Here you go, Trico. Yeah, no, he was just straight up doing some ninjutsu, and I was like, nah, I don't really actually care, bro. And that made him very sad. It's like when a kid tells you, like, hey, look at this, and then they do it and you're not looking. And they're just, like, super sad afterwards. So I gave Trico a double command, one of the only times that we do that in the run, because it's very dangerous to do that. Very easy to confuse him. We got him across and queued up for the jump at the same time. Well, according to Trico, eating the food barrels, like, if you don't have the peel, what are you even doing? That's part of the seasoning. They would be too bland otherwise. Alright, Trico. Trico, I know you got this, dude. You got more than one brain cell. I'm counting on you. That's just spoiler. Hey, Treeks. You know, you kind of listened and then you got confused. Alright, so Trico's gonna go up here. He's gonna smell that this other Trico was here. And he's gonna be like, oh, I need to investigate this entire place. Give me like 30 minutes to do that. And we're gonna say, Trico, please don't. Please don't. We have to go fast, okay, buddy? And he looks back like, why? Are you serious? But we got him to move on, which is the most important part. Alright, coming up on, honestly, much later in the game than it feels like. We are just now hitting 2 hours at already having completed Cage and left the area. Very nice. So, we got Trico behind us. It'll take just a second, so we have a chance to look at this white tower. Make a note of all those V-shapes in the scaffolding underneath. Those will matter here in a little bit if I could look at them. And there's the white tower, of course. Come on, Trico. Alright, Trico's gonna do a lot of this himself because over the course of the last 2 hours he has grown an extra brain cell. We are so proud. Are the armors the one that hides hide all the ecto cooler barrels all over the place? Who knows, right? Like, they have to have some purpose. Maybe they just treat it like an Easter egg hunt, you know? The start of every day, they're like, okay, let's spread these out. See how many you can find. Alright, we're gonna go for this, see if Trico gives the opportunity. How are we looking, Treeks? Oh, nah. Not really. It's fine. It's worth it to try to go for that little skip because if you die, you just start here anyway. Aight. Chat is very impressive. All of you have done at least one impressive thing. I am certain of it. The only time I ever played Shadow of the Colossus was at a museum. In what context? That makes it sound like there was like a demo thing there, which just reminds me of like absolutely breaking my neck at Walmart looking up at the displays when they had, you know, like demos in the video game section of Walmart for like PlayStation 1, etc. A gaming history exhibition, that's cool. Hi, Morty. Very impressive, Shivio. You got out of bed today. I mean, that's something. Alright, we've got another one of these cages. These big blue ones that Trico doesn't like. This time there's armors, so it's kind of a little more urgent that he comes down here. And again, we're going to be standing exactly in the right spot so that Trico doesn't have to hop around and do all this readjustment, which takes time. Yeah, no, the camera's a live cam. It's just that Mort has been sleeping for this entire time. And boy, I can't get the camera to get back to him. So, Trico ate me, you know, again, as a treat. And we are now going to go through a little scripted event. It's going to take a couple minutes. It's a lot of people's favorite part of the game. Because Trico, yeah, ate me. And this time, when I wake up and he wakes up from the cage, he realizes that unlike last time, maybe I'm not okay. That was, what is happening? That is a, fade in, please. Oh, this is like super glitched, actually. There we go. It's fixing itself. Jeez. So yeah, I'm like not okay, and he's realizing that what he did was like a problem, and he needs to figure out how to fix it. So while he does that, I am gonna stand up and stretch because I have been sitting for more than 2 hours. I will be back shortly. I'm back. Oh, I'm super sick at the moment. I hope you feel better. Husbando and I have both been sick lately. Over different things. I don't know what happened to me. I just came down with something for a few days. Poor Husbando, though. Last week, right, I was doing the Platfecta on my channel, which is Last Guardian, Eco, and Shadow Platinum trophies. It took like 2 days. On the second day, during Shadow, when I was just like grinding the same couple things over and over, Husbando made me a salad, and that's what we both had for dinner. And I'm pretty sure that he got food poisoning from the spinach. Because I had like one bite of the spinach, and I was like, this tastes weird. This tastes like mold. And he was like, you kind of get used to it after a while. And so he ate the whole thing. And I think that gave him food poisoning. Which I feel bad because he made the salad like for me, you know? Thank you, Trico, for trying to drown me again. But it did work, so, you know. We're just gonna be triple sure on this checkpoint. Oh, I thought Morty was gonna yawn. So yeah, he was sick all weekend, and today's actually his birthday, and we were gonna go out and eat somewhere nice, but he still doesn't feel very good. Trico, come on, man. Thank you. So I think we're gonna put it off till Thursday. Trico, why are you not listening? Honey, I need you to go. Is Trico like broken? Stop. No? Okay, we're gonna reset Trico. This is not how this is supposed to be happening. Come on, buddy. His AI was just like not receptive to commands. There, that's how it should have happened the first time. Ugh, child. Great. Alright. Well, that was kind of a nightmare, but we're past it. Whatever. Yeah, I have salad survivor's guilt. Because I was sick, but before that, so I know that it wasn't the spinach. And so we got none of the things done over this weekend that we wanted to. Yo! First try mind skip. Huge. That just saved us like 45 seconds. Well, good. Thanks, Trico. Not me just having to dig to the very depths of my soul to recover the time you lost. No, first try mind skip is actually huge. That's great. It's the same principle as ledge jump from the beginning, which we did also get. Where the boy kind of runs off of certain geometry and the game doesn't correctly assign like where he is in space versus his momentum and stuff like that. It basically gives you a super jump, but you have to do it very, very specifically. And so by doing that, we were able to just skip the puzzle instead of waiting for Trico to stick his head through the hole and then using his head to climb up there. Have you tried turning your Trico off and on again? That's literally what I had to do. Resetting that checkpoint was just hitting the power button and waiting for him to reboot. Mort is just having the time of his life. Do you see this? Just head in the air. Happy smile. Like, what is his deal? He's loving it. So poor Trico, you know, he was stuck behind us as we entered that mine. There was nowhere else he could go. So we're like, you know, sorry, Trico, you gotta come this way, even though it's really tiny. And he says, okay, I'll trust you because you're my human, but I don't think I can fit. And turns out he couldn't fit. So he collapsed the mine. There's some armors up here that I woke up. And right here. All these armors are following me, and then they hear Trico coming to my rescue, and they're all just like, nope. So there's Trico off in the distance. I'm gonna focus on this guy, because he's gonna be out here at this ledge, and while I can't knock him off, because he recovers at exactly the same point that the boy can continue to charge him, if I can keep him here, when Trico comes out... Yep. You didn't really get to see it, but Trico just... The force of Trico rocketing out here is enough to push him off the ledge, as long as he's close to the ledge, which is why I keep him there. Are you done, man? Trico, you are a beast today. What is your deal? He usually does very poorly at this fight, and he did very good. You ready? I'm not going to tell you what to do because you already know. So here's the White Tower. This is going to be the place for White Tower skip. I pointed out the V's in this bridge before. You can see there's 2 eyes over there by the broken section of the bridge. So, Trico's not going to jump across to get to the White Tower for as long as those eyes are there, right? Because he's afraid of them. So I need to figure out some way to get rid of them. The intended way is for me to hop down through that broken part. This is going to be loud, so I'll give it a second. Okie dokie. So we're going to hop down through that broken part and, ugh, I don't like this. Trico, can you move, buddy, please? Thank you. The controls are currently inverted, which is why it was kind of hard to tell where I was going. And you're supposed to go all the way around the White Tower. You can kind of see these ledges over on the right, down below. You're supposed to go that way. Instead, we are going to, hopefully, do White Tower skip, which many people would argue is the hardest skip in the run. It should basically be done in any run that reaches this point. So all barrels, any percent. Probably gonna take us a couple tries. That's completely fine. Doink. Okay, maybe not. So you can see underneath my feet there's nothing there. I'm not supposed to be standing here. We hop into the V. We miss. That's okay. And then we were just gonna, once we go up from that V, we would grab the top, which triggers a checkpoint, and then we would be good to go. Alright, back in here. Let's do this again, but right this time. Shall we? Boop! There you go. I would have had first try White Tower skip if I wasn't being such a goob. So, here we go. As soon as we get our hand up here, that's a checkpoint, and we have skipped the need to go all the way around the White Tower, which saves multiple minutes. Yeah, no, that was still certainly something to be happy about. Because going around the White Tower takes so long, you can seriously stand there and do White Tower skip attempts like 20 times, and it's still better than going around the tower. So. But needless to say, that was not the way we were supposed to do that. Yeah, first try on the second try. First try. I mean, yeah. So obviously we got these eyeballs, and all these guys are shooting so much of this magic stuff at me that's resonating with my tattoos. You can see I'm mashing, but it doesn't matter. I can't control the boy because there's just so many of these. So I need Trico to save me, but there's eyes. I didn't get to even get rid of that one. I did kind of get it first try twice. The boy's grab reflex just didn't kick in on the first one. For the second part. So Trico was more worried about me, more scared that something would happen to me than he was scared of the eyes. So brave. Okay, it's faster to reset than it is to climb up Trico, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Based on the camera, Mort is judging all of you so hard right now. Looking down at you from the tip of his nose. Now you're supposed to jump across those two gargoyles there. Then the second one will break and drop you down onto Trico. But as long as we set this up well, we should land on Trico's head instead of landing on his tail after having to watch the little gargoyle scene. Of course, now Trico is blocking me from doing anything with his big old schnoz. But here we go. Easy peasy. Hi, Trico. I like how he just noodles around the corner there. Alright, we want to make sure we have a good lineup for this or Trico's gonna miss. Camera was not quite working correctly, once again. I'm not sure the boy has a functioning neck anymore. So Trico has wings that can kind of fly-ish, glide. And you can see that we're, like, the white tower is there. Even though we didn't quite make it this time because Trico destroyed the bridge, we can see the top of this valley. So we're getting closer, and the boy thinks... I'm gonna try to do the thing. Just once, but let's be real, let's try it. The boy is like, okay, if we could get higher and we could get Trico to glide and let his wings heal a little bit more, maybe we can get out of here. Oh, that's too bad. Alright, no big deal. I just wanted to try once. Come on, Treeks. We'll just go the normal way. It did look like it would work. It was literally just that the boy didn't decide to grab. Like, the execution was correct. Sometimes it just do happen that way with this game, since there is no grab button. Because he skimmed his nose, you know? Oh, why am I here? Well. Oh, whatever. Let me down. Thank you. Come here, Trico. Alright. We're gonna cheese this a little bit. Even though Trico, or even though the boy didn't let me do the thing, which was the first skip, we can still do this one. Trico's supposed to walk slowly along this platform, and then when he reaches the end, jump down these pillars. Instead, as long as we know how to command Trico, we can get him to fly and skip those pillars. Skim that building so we don't stay down as long. Trico's gonna shout at the white tower here. Just gonna take him a second. Yeah, I know, buddy. Yeah, no, it's actually just called the thing. Just do the thing. Alright, one of my favorite parts of the game, and everybody judges me for it. But like I always say, it's just, it reminds me of the emotional impact that this section had the first time I played. Because it's like, it's so stressful, you don't know what to do, you're like really upset at everything that's happening to Trico. It's like the pinnacle of being emotionally invested in a game, and that's like a fun memory. Even though the scene itself is not a fun one. Alright, Trico's gonna take care of this fight. I'm gonna get up here so this guy doesn't grab me. Can you go away, please? We need to take care of this, obviously. Trico's gonna be upset by this. So might as well do it now while Trico's still fighting. And down that goes. And Trico's already coming. Wonderful. He finished that fight. He's ready to go. I'm on the trigger. He's on the trigger. She's back. Big ol' meanie head Susan once again. Our Trico's trying to help, but you know, he's just such a sweetie. He's not very good at this. Alright, so you're not going to get to see much of what happens because I'm going to keep kicking the camera to regain control of the boy. We're going to drop this bridge that she's standing on. It's going to cause her to fall. She's going to spring backward toward us in order to save herself, and then go back to get Trico. Because, again, she's kind of a meanie head. Down to the next level. And we got to find a way to get her off of Trico. Meanwhile, joining her in the fight will be some armors. We're going to start throwing spears, because this is just a really bad day for Trico. And the boy has let go for some reason. That might be good enough, though. Slammer! Slammer right in the tail. Alright, legs, 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 tail, legs, legs. Wonderful. We made it through. Hang on to here, and down they go once again. Alright, wall hang / minecart skip. We're supposed to be down there with the two Tricos, and I'm supposed to be climbing up on her, which is really hard because she's wearing armor that covers most of her feathers. And then climbing up a chain and like getting up here. Instead, we found exactly the right path through their legs at exactly the right time, and no more because there's not really enough time for anything else, to just be up here without having to do that. I might die. I think I'm okay. Hit her right in the head with the train, as you do, and she decides this isn't worth it anymore. We broke her horn, and we also ripped off her face mask. So it's kind of hard to say which of those things, in addition to just being absolutely slammed in the face with a train, caused her to decide to leave. Alright, Cheeks, do you have spears, buddy? He's having a rough time. I don't immediately see spears in him, which could be good or could be bad. The game is going to check during this section whether we have removed the spears from Trico. And it could be good if he doesn't have any, because that means we automatically pass. It could also be bad because it could mean that he's laying on all of them and we can't take them out, which means once we do this for a second, yeah, I don't see any. If the boy says, hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out, we're going to have to reset. So we'll see. We'll give the boy some time to say that. And if he doesn't, you know, wonderful. I mean, Trico's pretty fresh. It would usually pop right about here if he was gonna say it, so. I think we're looking pretty good. Which means we should just be able to give these barrels and proceed without having to pull spears out of Trico. We'll give him these two, just to give the boy a little bit more time. Ugh, really? That barrel got stuck in the train wheels? So yeah, seems like Trico's in pretty good condition, hopefully. We finished that fight with the other Trico very quickly, so honestly, they didn't have much time to throw spears at him to begin with. And you might also have seen that I got the mirror back, number one, so yay, we're so excited about that. But also, I destroyed 2 platforms up above us. And the purpose of that was they both had armors, right? Those were the 2 armor groups that were throwing those spears at Trico. Once we start heading up there again, Trico obviously is going to notice those and be very upset, and we have to calm him down and all that. But if we destroy them now, Trico won't even know that they exist, and he'll stay chill. He'll go through that section very quickly, which is why we do it that way. Whoa, don't knock me down. And again, not going to look at that debris, because if we don't look at it, it doesn't exist. And so a lot of it despawns, which makes it easier to throw these. Yeah, it's almost like I've been playing Last Guardian a lot lately. That's weird. I've had a lot of practice somehow. Alright, Trico. 2 more. We're almost there. We're almost Pink Sky, man. Pink Sky is the end of the game. Once you're in Pink Sky section, there's really just a straight shot. It's a lot to do, but it's a straight shot to the end. Good job, Trix. Oh yeah, no, it's a straight shot, absolutely full of opportunities for Trico to just suck up all of the time that we have gotten ahead. So this can play out differently. Right now, you'll see that we're sleeping with Trico at nighttime. But I chose to destroy that train cart that had 2 barrels in it by shooting it with Trico's lightning, which means that I was far away from it. The boy can also just climb on it while it's still up, and his weight will cause it to fall. And if that happens, it will kind of fall in such a way that it bashes him in the head, and he'll get knocked out for the 50,000th time in this run. And then you will solve the rest of that puzzle at nighttime because, you know, he was unconscious for the whole day. So kind of a neat little thing. You can feel Trico's heartbeat here because you're sitting right up next to his chest. Do you think we can make it back up? Alright, Trico is looking at the correct thing, which is great. He's getting a little weird about it, but... Alright. So these armors are gone now, which means Trico's never going to know they existed. We're not going to have to do these 2 fights. And Trico's just going to take this very chill. I'm not even going to tell him what to do because I don't want to mess him up. He's smart. He genuinely does get a little bit smarter throughout the game as he gets a better understanding of like what you want out of him. So our goal now, if you recall, we are still trying to get to this white tower. Difference is, last time we were there, Trico destroyed the bridge. To save me, to be fair, but the bridge is destroyed nonetheless. So we need to find a different way to get to the white tower. We are going to do that by creating our own bridge. Which means there are 2 towers right next to each other, kind of right outside the front of the white tower. And we're going to go back and forth between those 2, building pieces of a bridge in order to make our way over there. Because we hope that if we can get to the top of the White Tower, then maybe Trico's wings can get us the rest of the way out of this place. Okay, I don't like that. I'm not gonna drop. We're just gonna jump like that. Turn around, buddy. Oh, good job. You're killing it, man. Nice. Okay. So if you remember Trico's lightning from the beginning of the game, you'll notice that it's a little bit different. It was a single lightning bolt, and now it's like lightning balls. And that's because his tail is finally healed. It was injured at the beginning of the game. We would have seen how during that cutscene that we skipped at the second cage. And now it has fully regrown. But one more cage here, speaking of cages. Trico, as always, not a fan. Come on down, dude. There it comes. Good. More just staring into your soul. The difference is this time we have the mirror while Trico is in one of these. No more Manchin. So we are able to destroy that and stop Trico from crunching us. Alright, easy Trico. Chill, 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 chill. Stop. Hold it. I can't. Trico. Trico. Buddy. Can you just not put your face directly in this? Alright. I need to make a blind shot here. Hopefully this works. If it doesn't, we'll deal with it later. It feels like it worked. Yeah. We do need to move quickly because Trico will kick me off of this platform if I don't keep him occupied. See? Ooh, he's stepping right towards me. Can't see. Hopefully this is fine. Keep him focused. Keep him focused. It's spinning, buddy. Shoot. He's going to unfocus for a second. Step back. But I think we are golden. You'll love to see it. Beginning of that being just a smidge weird aside, that went very well. We destroy all of those because later on we're about to be on that bridge where all of those are, and obviously Trico's very upset. But if we destroy them early, once again, you get the idea. He doesn't know that they're there. He won't be upset. And also, there is a section that it's really, really easy to die right after those eyeballs. And the checkpoint is before those eyeballs. It sucks. So if we get the eyes now and walk over a checkpoint, they'll be gone forever. So that if we happen to die there, we don't have to spend the time shooting all 5 of those eyeballs again. Okay, we got one more that we couldn't see from down there. It's not spinning or anything, so Trico should have no problems here. I'm gonna stay focused just for an extra second. Yep, because every now and then you can hit them and you clip them like right on a seam. So, Trico, can we go, buddy? So they don't explode, is my point. And nobody knows why. Can you go, please? You were gonna... And then you stopped. Trico is almost there. So, same principle we've been applying often in these last couple sections. There are 2 armors up here. Gonna destroy them before Trico sees them. That will save us a fight later. Rar rar, I know, man. It's been a long journey, we're almost there. And again, we're gonna stay on those for just an extra second. It's really easy for these not to explode. Great. You don't have to run, buddy. That takes extra time. Whoa. Let me on, Trico. It didn't quite work as intended. I am just in his butt somehow. Alright. Let's get past this scary section and then we should have a pretty streamlined experience. Up until we hit right at the end. Alright, these gargoyles, really scary. Nobody likes this. The actual places that you can land on these in order to count as grabbing them are very small, which is why these are so scary. Oof, and that was extremely close. But that's the dangerous one, that third one. I mean, they're all kind of dangerous, but that's the one where you're gonna die, you know? Hey, buddy, you didn't even leave. So smart. I know, the lighting in this entire section is just top tier. Oops. Un momento, my alarm is going off. Sorry. Don't know if you could hear that. I have some medicine to take, and I set an alarm for it. Okay. It's possible to get off of Trico a little bit early there. I didn't because it's also very dangerous. And I don't want to have to do that jump again. Losing the extra, 10 seconds or whatever is worth it to me in this context. Come on, Treeks. We're almost there. So we're trying to build a bridge, right? I know that that might have been forgotten. We're climbing up and up to get to the bridge pieces by going back and forth. You can see one of the bridge pieces up there hanging down. Now over across here is where those 2 armors were that I said I was going to destroy so that Trico didn't know that they existed. And that's why he's not angry right now. He's just figuring out how to follow the command that I gave him. Everybody who plays this for the first time gets really confused here because it seems like Trico is just completely ignoring everything you say, but in reality he's just doing his best to follow your commands, and going in the opposite direction is part of that. He just needed a little running start. So there, we're gonna get off of him early that time. It's a little bit safer. Now let's build a bridge. Come on, Treeks. Yeah, it was the door, honey. We got a bridge to build, man. Oh, look at his eyes. Did you understand me? He did. Good job. We could destroy this one armor that remains by standing down where we are now and trying to shoot past Trico. I find that when you can do that, it's quite fast. But when you can't, because Trico just keeps stepping in the way over and over again, then it becomes very frustrating and slow. So, can I stand, please? Trico's gonna readjust here. Yep. That's fine. We take those. Thankfully, that's the only time we have to shoot while on Trico, because of the way that we did everything else. Otherwise, there would have been lots of times when we would have had to do fights or whatever from on Trico's back. And as you can see, that's challenging, so that's why we don't want to do it. Oh, I didn't like that. Trico's screaming at White Tower. Truly, there is no better pair. And bridge, part 1. I promised there would be a bridge. Gotta make it longer, though. Catch me! You didn't, thanks. Just kind of stared into my soul. I mean, it's not a bad thing that he didn't catch me. The catch animation, like, takes a little while, but it's guaranteed safe at least. Oh, we're so close. This is wonderful. So you can see the White Tower right over there. That's where we're going. Hi, Trico. Why are you so clingy, man? Now I'm gonna try to trust Trico for this one, and hopefully that doesn't backfire. Alright, we go in here. Up onto this ledge, up onto this ledge. And when we create this bridge this time, you can see there's no railing behind this lever. So, once I pull it, during this little camera pan, down we go. Please don't move, Trico. Oh, he's moving. Oof. His tail was still in the way, though. Because, yeah, that's, probably obviously death if Trico isn't under you. You ready, Treeks? You understand? He's thinking. Yeah, we got the music, so. Oh, we're heading into the end game. This is great. Here we go. Alright, things are gonna get real fast and busy real quick. We are at the White Tower. Woohoo, we made it. Despite the fact that Trico destroyed the bridge. Good shot, Treeks. Good way to start. This is a multi-phase fight, the first of multiple that we will tackle here on the White Tower. First order of business, I need to take care of these guys up here, because those are guys that Trico can't hit without me. However, we don't want to be distracting Trico too much, because if we're constantly asking him to do lightning, he won't be fighting, as you can see, on his own. So we need to kind of space this out a little bit. We're getting rid of these guys. That's great. Okay, Treeks, I'm going to release you for a second. This guy, I can't have him come close to me. Alright, cool. Oh man, Trico, you are just devastating, my dude. I'm actually going to go down here right now. Stop. Oh yeah, stack them up, stack them up. Oh, this is great. Shoot, Treeks. Yes. Alright, now I'm going to leave those up there to him. Hopefully he tackles these well enough. I don't know how that one went. Apparently not very well. Oh, there's a couple up here. I'll go help them, actually. Which way are you going to swing, Treeks? Oh, I don't think I like the way that you're going to swing. So I'm going to get out of here. I got him, Trico. You focus on somebody else, okay? I don't really like my positioning here because I think this guy should be just about ready. Okay, Trico. Last one up there. He's all yours. The guy that's going to come out of here has a mirror shield. One of the eye shields. Yep, so if we startle him, right as he comes out, he'll be like, oh, it's a child. I need to grab him. And he'll drop the shield. And if we're smart about it... Oh, good. No shields, no shields. Wonderful. If we're smart about it, we can get him to leave that shield inside the door, so he can't pick it up again. There, I wanted to knock that guy down the stairs to Trico. Oh, good job, dude. Trico, you wrecked house, man. Aside from that little kerfuffle in the first phase, and he's already ready. Man. Come on, Treeks. You don't need to keep running after me. If you just walk, it's a little bit nicer. No, that was a nice fight, for sure. There were multiple that Trico just popped by standing on them. Alright, next step. There's going to be a circular elevator. We're supposed to get Trico in there, lower his tail down through a hole, and then climb down his tail in order to get to this next section. Of course, we're not going to do that. We're going to do something called elevator skip. Which is just, if we line this up correctly... Donk! We're down here. No Trico tail, nothing. Hit the checkpoint, and we are safe. So, above Trico's head is like a circular door made of multiple pieces. And each one of these plinths, as the game calls them, these thingies, you'll see, each one of these that we turn on with the mirror activates a section of the door. Once we turn all of them on, the door will open, and Trico and I can go up the elevator. That's the dealio right now. But, of course, I'm down here by myself against these armors, which is scary. Thankfully, Trico's tail is down here, too. In an ideal world, we want 4 of these guys to be following us. There are multiple ways to do this elevator, but we want 4 of these guys to be following us. We say, hey, stop. Trico's tail is in the middle. He's charging up, and he says, bang! And we want, yep, exactly what happened. We wanted 2 helmets to go in 2 opposite directions, waking up the 2 remaining armors, so that they're all off of their plinths now. Sadly, these guys, for whatever reason, didn't, like, walk into here. So that's fine. We just have to do an extra cycle, but... Oh, yeah, there's 2 of them. Hey, man. Chonk. Goodbye. So now they're all gone. So is Morty, apparently. Alright, this is the one that we already got. Off in a circle. Yeah, the other way that you can do it that is a little bit faster is... if we had had an armor left, I could have shown. You can also activate these things like this. And so you can do that. You can like wake the armors up, keep stopping them by activating those from range, and then you don't have to worry about like doing the lightning stuff, but... And teleport, that checkpoint is up in the elevator, which is wonderful because we just get to be up here now. Also, we found Morty. Alright, we are in for a big fight. Biggest fight in the game. Hopefully we can get this to go well, and then we should be pretty golden. We just really, in reality, what we need the most is just not to die. It's fairly easy for Trico to accidentally kill you in this fight by knocking you into the holes in the elevator. Couldn't quite get that guy, but of course, you see what I mean? Like, I wanted to grab his head, and I can't because either Trico's tail is there or I'm using the mirror. Because again, everything's circle. Alright, Trico's got that guy. Not a super big fan of my positioning here either. You know, I'm gonna let Trico try to get that guy. He's not going to. I need to be over here. I know, buddy. I know. Alright, cool. He really wants... Yep, alright. He needs to get this one on the floor, which he's going to do after one more swipe. We need to be ready here for a guy with a shield. Trico, have you keyed on... Yeah, he keyed up on the one on the roof. Buddy. Shoot, okay. One on the floor. Come on, man. One more hit. And this guy's going to come through with a shield. Trico, there are no more on the roof, honey. There you go. You got it? No, of course not. There you go, jeez. Alright, drop that in there. The timing on that is very important because it influences the next phase of the battle as well. Stop. There's a guy coming up behind me. Hopefully we can get Trico to shoot first. We can't. Just in case he takes me through the door, because it's going to be kind of close. Of course, I can't get this guy. Alright, well, he's up anyway. Fine. There. At least I got Trico focused. Oh, that guy went down the hole. You love to see it. Now I'm not in the right place. What's going on, Treeks? Okay, last guy. Trico's gonna take care of him, hopefully, eventually. Alright, get this guy as he comes through the door. The timing matters for this guy, who was still a little slow. Trico's not gonna shoot in time. He usually doesn't. Shoot, buddy! Shoot! Nice. That mirror is destroyed. Don't need to worry about that anymore. Both guys on the scaffolds are dead. This is looking really solid. I got him, buddy. Don't worry about it. I was kind of hoping this would have knocked that guy into a hole. Ah, that grab missed. Grab from Trico is an automatic death, so it's always a shame when that misses. I want his helmet, please. Thank you. See if we can juke this guy. No, not quite. That's too bad. There's still a guy all the way over here. What are you doing? Stop. Trico's so bad at killing these ones. Shoot, buddy. Ooh, he got it. He got it even though it says that I'm captured. He got the armor, so that's really all that matters. One more hit, bud. One more hit, dude. Nice. We're done, we're done. Chill. Chill, we're done. Get out of the middle. Alright, really not bad. It started better than it ended, but honestly really not bad. Alright, so the really challenging parts are over. Like the really execution heavy parts are over. And now it's just we really gotta blitz. Time is going to be coming up presumably within the next like 10 minutes. So we should get ready for that. I am going to be commentating the next run, which is Hayaoki's Eco. Along with Sancho, who's in chat. So I suppose we'll transition away for a moment, make sure that I'm balanced with them, and then hop back in for the second part of the Trico Factor Relay. Once Hayaoki is done with Eco, we'll move on to TikTak with Shadow of the Colossus, and that will wrap things up. Is he on this? Okay. I'm not going to give him the command if he's... Tricks! I just said, hey, you're on this, and then you changed your mind, man. Yep, that's the correct one, please. Alright, we can take some of these spears. I don't think we'll have time for all of them. Someone had a barrel feast in here. There is a barrel down there. That's the final barrel for all barrels. Like one that's uneaten. Alright, sadly we don't have time for that spear. Alright, Trico spins, and we are on our way to this window. It's alright, we're gonna let it go. Fall as long as possible. All the way to the floor. Alright, so the reason we did that, when I missed the window, was because Trico needed to trigger this checkpoint. And to do that, he needed to continue jumping without me. So I needed to give him as much time as possible to hit the next pillar. Which is why we didn't just reset as soon as I saw that I missed it. Which is fine. That's not actually that much more time. Comparatively, probably 15 seconds. So here's the Master of the Valley. I'm just gonna leave it there. You should play the game, I suppose, to figure out what the heck is going on, and even then I don't necessarily promise anything. But we gotta shrink him in like that with the mirror. If we take his goop all the way in, ew, this is getting kind of close. Climb, climb, climb. Oof, don't like that. If you take his goop all the way into him, it'll spring back out super fast. But if you only take it most of the way, it comes back out very slowly. 60 FPS Master of the Valley, rest in peace. So, you can play this game at 60 FPS on PlayStation 5. It's just, it breaks a lot of things. Because it's not, you know, meant to be played that way. Nice landing. And one of the things that breaks is the Master, because his aura comes out twice as fast, since it's twice as many frames, right? And so it makes it almost impossible. Like, you can do it, but you have to be, like, exactly right to get up past the Master. Alright, Trix is out past the fan. Where you at, man? What you doing? You going? Alright, he's going. So we're just gonna reset that checkpoint, which I could have done a smidge earlier, to be next to Trico as he sits for this checkpoint and the cutscene. We finally made it to the top of the White Tower. Here with Mr. Trico. And we say, okay, Trico, let's get the heck out of here. But then, of course, you know, bad things start happening, because why wouldn't they? That's a lot of chickens. Look at all those chickens. So here's an interesting little tidbit. Interpret this how you will. Because they were, like, putting humans into there. I don't know why the boy seems so shocked that that one saw him. Like, he's standing in the middle of a group of, I think, 8 of them. Just standing there. And then he shouts and is surprised that one of them noticed. So Trico's trying to protect me. As always, he's not very good at it. Alright, my leg is broken. We're gonna just, magic healthcare and voila, it's healed. So this is the mirror. They knocked it off of me when they slapped me. If I can just get to that, maybe I can help Trico. Alright, so there's nothing we can do to make this faster. We should get ready on time, though. This was so much better than I could have ever hoped for as the first leg of a relay. For perspective, when I stopped the world record grind, my world record was at 3:12:50. And getting under 3:20, I think only 4 people have done sub 3:20. So, I mean, this isn't even close to 3:20, which I was aiming for like a 3:22-ish, just as a nice, comfy any percent. Really, really happy with how this turned out. A lot of it was Trico. I mean, I think we had pretty good execution throughout, but Trico just absolutely wrecking shop on some of those fights was kind of a big deal. So real proud of him. He deserves the badge he's wearing. Same for sub 340. Okay, you know what? Fair. What if the game crashes? What if the game crashes and it's like, surprise, you're back at the first fight on White Tower? Oh yeah, TikTak, like, the world is your oyster. Don't feel pressured, like, we've got the time. Oh, that wasn't a very good throw, though. Excuse me. She's gonna stomp me right in my face. Oh, she missed. Haha. A world record anyway, just because? I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. Alright, we gotta get Mort on cam for this last little bit here. Alright, we should get ready on the timer here. Here we go. The timing is going to end when I hit the master with Trico's tail, and it explodes. The master explodes. Might have to run this twice here. Yeah, this tail is kind of being a goob. Let's walk it down. Walk it down. Alright. Don't leave without me. Thank you. Of course he used the mirror first. It might take 2 shots. Sometimes it only takes 1. We'll see. Alright, ready on the timer. I mean, I guess we don't need to stop it though, right? Because it's effective relay, so maybe don't stop the timer. But that's time for me. I forgot that we're like doing a relay and we're probably not stopping in between. I don't know. Whatever you want to do. We'll figure it out. But anyway, that's me. That's Last Guardian. There's like 20 minutes of cutscenes that we're not going to watch. So yeah, a 3:14 when like that's less than 2 minutes away from my all-time PB. Very happy for that. So I'm going to hop off. I imagine we're going to go to transition because I'm going to be commentating with Sancho for Hayaoki, who's coming up next with Eco. So I will see you in a minute. Okay. I think we are good. Oh, the runner still says me, Sable. If we could switch that to Hayaoki, that would be great.
You're
Sancho,
not
you're
doing the
here.
run, Sable?
What? Oh no, am I doing the run?
Of a
Hello
category
again.
you don't have.
Yeah.
Hello.
Would you like to introduce yourself, Sancho?
Yeah, well, first of all, it feels like it's been years or at least hours since we last commentated together, Sable. So this is a huge honor for me. I'm Sancho Panda. I run Eco. The run that we're seeing today, I'm third place, but we're seeing the world record holder for the Crazy Yeet version of Eco, and I'm excited to commentate for Hayaoki as he does this run because he commentated the Japanese stream for me when I ran Eco 60 Hertz at SGDQ 2022. So I'm happy to repay the favor.
Yeah. And Hayaoki will be focusing on the game, and I may occasionally hop in with some Japanese as he needs to know it. But I guess we're ready to go, right?
I'm ready.
Okay. Hayaoki-san, three, two, one, go. And that should be our timer to get going here.
Yay, Eco!
Yay!
So we are now starting the first game made by Ueda in the trilogy that we're playing through. And we're playing the 50 hertz version, which could only be played like in Europe unless you spend a lot of money to find out how to play it in the US or Japan, which Aoki has done. And you're gonna see some interesting glitches. We'll explain them when we get to them. But first, we just uh, went through a bunch of cutscenes and quit through them because cutscenes count as in-game time in this game. So
So I run 60 hertz, right? That's
yes, you do.
yeah.
And I
Okay.
run 50 hertz, and I run the hurts my eyes ugly cover version as well.
Yes. So what's the difference? Like I've never even seen this run. I am just only tangentially aware of it. What's
Um,
the difference in like time that we can expect between the two?
a huge difference in time because with the skips that this version will allow, um, we're skipping about 40% of the game,
That's a lot.
either by avoiding entire areas or by just breaking almost every single puzzle in the game. Uh, there's just something about the way the architecture was made and what this skip allows specifically that it's almost like the game was just designed to be broken in this way. It's coincidence probably, like they weren't planning on it. You know, they released the finished Japanese version and then a few months later they adjusted it to 50 from 60 hertz to 50 hertz for people to play in EU, and
Mm,
then the glitch showed up. And we'll get to that when we get to it. But yeah,
yeah.
so you can expect, just be ready to be upset a lot about all the difficult things you have to do that Hayaoki won't.
But are there different difficult things that Hayaoki has to do that I don't? Well, I mean, besides the tricks to skip the things, I suppose.
There's 4 or 5 times where the trick, if he fails it, he'll die. So
Hmm.
we have a few death jumps, but most of them are pretty easy to mitigate. So
I'm
they
so
don't.
jealous of him being able to like just do that jump
Oh, do
across
the
the
jump.
yeah in front of the window and not like land on the ground.
Well, as someone, I mean, did you ever even do segmented practice of eco?
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
I
there's,
didn't.
those you have the skills, you just hadn't put the time in.
Yeah, I didn't know
Don't beat yourself up.
that you could grab that like distant ledge and then like drop.
Yeah, that was probably a little mistake that doesn't help you with the time. If you landed on
Uh,
your feet, it'd be great, but
yeah.
it's
Well,
just if you overjump. So you
I
did
mean,
that
this
part
is
better than him.
well, this is gonna be so fast anyway. I think I'm very quickly gonna fall behind.
Yes, and for chat, if you're wondering why he's yelling constantly, it's because it makes Eco run a tiny bit faster when he yells. So it ends up saving like I don't know, like 6 or 8 seconds total going up and coming down if you're yelling.
And of course, there's the extra challenge that, like, when you're yelling, the game is trying to look at Yorda, so the camera's like
Yes.
constantly popping a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, great job with his angles there. It's easy to miss that cage and then have to go climb up again. All right, so now we're freeing Yorda, the magical princess. And this is an escort mission, but I feel like this is kind of the OG escort mission. Like, this came out in 2001,
Yeah.
and Eco has the skills of an Olympic rock climber, and Yorda has the skills of an Olympic um,
Hmm.
chess player, maybe? Is chess still in the Olympics?
She's good at something somewhere. Maybe we haven't found it yet.
But she's good at do-si-doing. Maybe curling. Maybe she'd be good at curling. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, she can hang at least. Look at that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah.
That's finger strength right there. That's impressive. So maybe she's a rock climber too. So you're gonna see Eco now display his ability if you swing the stick in 50 hertz right after you've done a jump, and you've got about a 1 to 2 frame window. Eco travels much further than with his regular jump. Okay, he missed it there, but you'll see it. So it's really tough timing, but it's more of like you get into the rhythm of it, and then you do it most of the time. So you're probably wondering, why aren't they even activating the stairs? Because they don't need to. And whoop,
Oh.
just like that.
Oh, I didn't like that. That was scary.
Yes, that's the first death jump. Fortunately, the save is pretty close.
Yeah, that's true.
The next death jump is coming up pretty soon.
And
He'll
Yorda
jump
is
up.
just safe this entire time?
Yeah, as long as you like, if it's not a scripted shadow event, you can leave her alone
Yeah.
for usually 30 minutes to an hour, 30 seconds to a minute before a shadow grabs her while you're gone. Honestly, I think they changed it up depending on what the task is that you have to do.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you have to leave her alone. This is not one of those times, though. In a regular playthrough, you'd keep her close to you here. All right, so this is just a puzzle where one of the few puzzles we actually have to do still, because there's no easy way to get that bridge to fall down, which is what we're trying to do. But he's got a death jump coming up, so we're going to do a bench save here. This is definitely a marathon strat. You don't do this in a regular any percent.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, so the saves in this game, you can save when you sit at a bench, or the game saves anytime you open a magical door. And so in this case, if he were to fail this skip, we go all the way back to the door in the previous room, and he'd have to attempt that first death jump across the bridge over again too. So we're lowering our stakes of the number of death jumps we have to attempt in a single save.
It's such a small time loss for doing the safety thing, you know?
Yeah, because what if you made the first death jump and then the second time through you don't make it? Suddenly you're like trapped in a loop. So
Yeah.
see how quickly he gets to it. And now he's going to use that same jump to cross over the chasm instead of going back up to Yorda, which is why he left her in the room. And he got it first try.
Oh,
Yay! That really is like one of the biggest. This is what he was practicing while
yeah.
while waiting for us. And now we get to see Yorda run all the way down by herself. This is fun. Sometimes she gets scared for a second, but usually this is a very safe skip.
Well, isn't
And
she just so brave?
yes, suddenly. Uh, if Eco's standing right in front of her and he calls her before the shadows start, she'll generally continue. But it's the best mechanic in the game to me is that when you hit the doors, it causes all the shadows to dissolve and you don't have to fight them.
It's so nice.
Yeah. In a perfect run, 50 hertz, there's only 2 mandatory fights, and the first one we already did with that first shadow that grabbed her.
Oh, that counts as one?
Yeah, that was mandatory. You had to kill him, right? Knock him out.
I guess so, yeah.
And then the stone
Uh
pillar one.
oh. I was gonna say East Arena, but I quickly changed my mind
You'll
because that
see.
seems yeah.
You'll
I
see when we get to East Arena.
I
East Arena skip is the second biggest skip in the game.
yeah, I think that I have seen Bucci do one single thing in the 50 hertz run, and I think it was that
Yeah.
because it's like really iconic. I feel.
hmm So now we just had an encounter. We skipped an encounter where we met Yorda's mom, the queen of this place. And man, I'm sorry, I have to do this every time I get here and I'm commentating. But so the mom shows up and she says, "Eco, you're just a horn boy from a poor family. You can't date my daughter." And and Eco's and she says, "I'll spare you your life and I'll let you go free." And Eco thinks about it and he says, "What's my life worth to me? So no, I'm gonna fight for her, let her go." And and she says, "I will not let her go." And Eco says, "Let her go." She says, "I will not let her go."
Oh,
But because the queen has a purpose set aside for Yorda.
I suppose you could describe it in that manner.
Oh, I forgot about his life. He figures easy come, easy go.
Oh
So,
yeah,
yeah.
of course.
And he bravely continues, even though there's no way to actually leave without Yorda. He bravely continues and decides to take her along.
I can't get over these just like flying through the air swings.
Oh, yeah, it's so great.
And
A
that was
lot
like
of
a
time it
bank shot for the bomb.
Yes. Yeah, that's the consistent way to do it. That's the way we usually do it. You can right D-pad. Yorda, just
Mm.
grab his hand, please. And um normally to do this puzzle, you have to enter in through the bottom door of the structure we're headed towards. After getting one cube to there's two pressure plates. One of the cubes is going to a pressure plate on the left. And then we get Yor to stand on the pressure plate on the right as shadows come, and it's very scary, and we hope they don't grab her as we go through the door that then opens that we just saw. But instead of getting Yorda to stand on the pressure plate to go inside and then climb up to the top, we're just going to yeet up there.
Of course.
Um, because the other thing about this super jump is if Eco's foot is raised while we do the super jump, the physics of the game just go berserk.
Whoa.
And there he goes. And suddenly we're up at the top without even having to put Yorda on the pressure plate. Now the cube drop is going to activate both shadow fights that we had up till now skipped. But because of how quickly we're doing this, Yorda should be okay. We should be able to just grab her. She should, well, hopefully. The shadows are kind of slow in getting to her. Nope, they grabbed her, but that's okay.
Yeah, I
It'd be
mean,
nice if the camera angle shows where Yorda is.
well, hey, they're bringing her right down to the door, so
Yes, Yorda delivery service right on time.
that's
It's
still
so good.
scary though.
It's still a little scary, but it's not near as bad as.
Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, and we're about to skip a whole other section of puzzle because lo and behold, this is just the perfect height for him to reach with that jump.
Oh. I guess I
So
never
no,
even realized that all the stuff you were activating before was like to lift that up.
right, right, yeah, you jump on the chain to lift up a platform so you can get here. Um, so we just saved like another half a minute of him or a minute of him going around to get to that spot. And now one of the coolest puzzles in the game, the windmill puzzle. You guessed it, we don't have to do it.
Yeah, that seems like kind of an easy
Oh,
jump.
that was such a good job. Because again, that's another one where if you missed it, you die and then you go back to the door we just activated.
Yeah.
And that's another
Thankfully the
time
door is
lost.
right there, but
Yeah, so Hayaoki hasn't missed a death jump yet. And we're just in, that's just so good. That's so good.
Yorda
Um,
said, "No, no, thank you."
yeah, she does. She has a little bit of independence in her, which is a good thing. It's for a healthy friendship. I don't know of any other escort mission. Can you think of any other escort mission, Sable, where the person you're trying to guide is uncooperative?
Oh, that doesn't sound familiar at all. I think it's probably just eco.
Yeah, that's the only one I can think of. Man, they ratcheted it up to 11 for Trico, didn't they? And similar to Trico, Yorda can just get distracted by birds and run off away from you. Like Trico can get distracted, Yorda can get distracted too. Has that ever happened to you in one of your runs where Yorda's just like, "Ooh, a bird."
Yes, and then she's off.
Mm-hmm. This will be the worst place for Yorda to do it because we have her underneath this thing so that she doesn't see the shadows and the shadows can't reach her because they're pathing. They'll try to come down from above and they'll get stuck on this little bridge. But if she sees a bird right now, she would run towards the bird and then the shadows could get to her. So no birds in the area. Bird RNG is a thing on this skip.
That's funny.
So in the 60 hertz version, we run her through this gate and then we pop back through on the other side. In this version, this is yet another place where we can kind of skip a little bit of the game.
Yeah.
Oop. That was the most surprising one to me. That was actually a later discovery. That wasn't in some of the earliest runs.
Well, yeah, because it seemed to me like you would only be able to go like super sideways with that, but that was basically vertical.
Yeah, yeah. I just don't get the physics of that. That was a perfect skip. Great job. And again, it was just so well done. So this is a great run we're having so far with Hayaoki.
Yeah. Someone in chat said, "Is it NTSC or PAL?"
This is this is definitely the PAL version. The NTSC version, you don't have those crazy jumps. Believe me, I've tried. They do not exist.
So just
yeah,
like
so
nothing happens, right?
yeah, so basically what we're seeing the reason we're seeing the game breaking is because PAL runs at 25 frames per second as opposed to the 30 frames per second of the 60 hertz. And so there's something about that that glitches out Eco's animation. So yeah. And that's thanks to the TVs, the old CRT TVs
Yeah.
in Europe running. How did that? Okay, never mind. This game is just being really nice to. Oh, I take it back. The fight's gone haywire. That's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
This could be much worse.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens that way.
All right, he's trying to get the big one. He's got him up against the ropes. Another hit. All right, a left. Yeah, the main thing is you don't want Yorda getting carried off. Oh, that's okay though because that's where she'll need to be at the end anyways.
Yeah.
So this is oh, what a brutal hit.
And it was like obviously very skilled to just get to her by doing one of those special jumps
Yes.
instead
yeah.
of shoving the box back over.
All right, we've just got one more shadow. I think he's coming out of the pool down below. But Hayaoki hasn't ever failed the fight, so to even know where the shadow's going to come from. That's how good he is at this game. So this is just the game trolling us. Like, I don't know how they
Yeah.
slipped out of the corner that he trapped them into.
Well, yeah, they were both kind of just jammed in there.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Okay.
the fight's over.
Well, the fight is over. Yorda needs to be up here anyways. This next jump is technically a death jump, but the way we do it, it's I shouldn't say it, I shouldn't jinx it, but it's 100% chance he's not going to. As long as you get the jump right and you're not doing it at an angle where you'll fly through. There we go. Perfectly fine. Where you accidentally fly through the elevator to your death.
Mm-hmm.
And now we just got to get Yorda to come with us to be on the platform. Come on, Yorda. She might still be in scared mode since we had that shadow fight. But
Yeah.
usually scared mode also means once you're up here, she's going to try and get as close to you as possible. You can also do a death jump across that little chasm. For most runs, it's not worth the risk. Like the couple seconds you save to try and risk your whole run. Don't miss it and you won't die easy. Well said, Chev.
For a second, I thought he would be able to get Yorda before she even went in the pool.
You never know. It depends on where It depends on where where Yorda runs to with her AI.
I guess that makes sense.
Like
If
he
she had gone
sometimes has
down
to
to like
walk
the
further.
bottom right, it would have been.
Yeah. Oftentimes she comes to the bottom right. Oftentimes she comes to like right where you are and his path, the shadow's pathing, he'll kind of miss it a little bit.
And I assume that's slightly better because you don't spend the extra second or whatever pulling her out of the pool.
Yeah, it's no fun. Um, I have a version of this run called Cooties Percent, where you try to touch Yorda's hand as few times as possible, and it's a run killer if you can't intercept her before the pool, because you don't want her to get grabbed into any pools, because you girls, you'd have to touch her hand to pull her out.
Yeah. I mean, if you have to touch a girl's hand, you might as well just quit.
That's right. Do you want to guess how many hand touches are actually like required in order to beat the game?
Do you count the one like at the beginning where she falls and you have to catch her?
You count anyone that's in a cutscene or anytime you're choosing to grab her. Correct.
Well, then I can think of two that you have to do. So I'm gonna say four.
It's way more than that. There's 9.
Oh, well, still minimizing the cooties.
Yes. Yeah, it's true. I wish it was just 4. There's less than if we did it in 50 hertz, but no one's done a 50 hertz cooties run.
Yeah.
All right, and now we're about to skip every single part of East Arena except this final puzzle. So, oh, first try. Let's
Oh,
go.
jeez. Yeah,
That
no,
was
that's
awesome.
literally the end.
Yeah. Yep, you're up at the top. So I don't even have time to describe what all we skipped, except those doors obviously would need to be open. And to get Yorda
Yeah.
there, you have to solve multiple puzzles. You're also trying to open these giant circles to get like a path of light that can pass through these giant circle windows that Eco is running under right now. He's running under one of them. There's 3 of them in this whole area, but the game doesn't know that they can be done out of order. So once the last one's open, it assumes all of
Oh,
them are open. So you don't
yeah.
have to open the other 2. And thereby not having to get Yorda up to the top, not having to open up the other 2 windows, we're done.
And so how long would you expect that to take in like a regular 60 hertz any percent if you had to do all those
Um,
things?
it's like 6 to 8 minutes, I think. It's not a short amount of time.
Well, yeah, I mean, I consider that to be one of like the four main areas of the game.
Hmm. Now you'll notice he's not doing what we call in 60 hertz Yorda delivery service, where we leave Yorda so that the shadows can grab her while we go up to the top and do the puzzle and pull a lever like for a bridge, and then we come back into this area and the shadows are carrying Yorda very, very kindly, I might add. Maybe even gingerly, to us. In this version of the game, we want her in the other room before we go up to the lever, because stable, we're going to be able to jump from one lever to the lever on the other side, and we're
Oh,
going to
that's
skip the puzzle to get to the waterfall area, the water mill, the gondola section, the water tower section, and just go straight to West Arena. We are skipping 17 minutes of gameplay if you're on a world record pace,
that's disgusting.
right?
In like the
Like,
best way.
and it's some of my favorite parts of the game too. But if you miss this jump, you die, and we go all the way back to having to enter into East Arena again. But we've
Mm,
got a pretty safe setup so that it's like make or you break your knees, like you won't actually
yeah.
fall to your death. That's why he's
Well,
bonking
that's
against it. Yeah. And we made it. Perfectly fine. How about that? Usually we're not up here until after finishing West Arena. And look, from the other side, the door isn't even open because we haven't opened it yet. Nevertheless, they never thought we'd have to have the game recognize the door being open from the other side. Fascinating.
so. Does
And
any
now
of
we just
this
mhm.
change if you have like the mace or anything versus the stick for doing these swinging jump things?
Stick, sword, it doesn't matter. Any weapon that's in your hand, you can do these jumps. I don't know if I've ever done the yeets with the lightsaber, but I'm pretty sure it's the swinging motion itself and not the type of item you're holding that
Yeah.
impacts the animation. Because the animation for swinging it is the same. Now, what would be fascinating is if the animations were slightly different and somehow that changed the type of jump,
Yeah.
and there would be like some reason to have the mace. That
But
would
I
be great.
can't imagine that it would be worth not just doing that skip that just happened.
No, no, it's totally not worth it. So it's hard to like since we're running on a solid timer, it's hard to know what Hayaoki's time is right now, but it's safe to say that this is a really great pace. We only
Yeah, it
lost
seems
time so
so.
far in that shadow fight, and that was maybe a minute. Um, so we're on pace for sub 1 hour easily. I'd say maybe around a 55, 56 at the moment. And
What if
just for comparison, the world record in the 60 hertz RTA is still over an hour and a half.
what if you can jump straight to the beach with the lightsaber, Shavil says.
Uh,
Just start the game, launch, and end the game.
the one real disappointment of 50 hertz is, of course, we're going to have to say goodbye to Stick, and then Eco loses that superpower. So,
Oh.
fascinatingly enough, all of the under the castle water puzzle stuff is the same in in every version.
Yeah.
Oh, great skip, and he didn't hit the elevator, which would have cost 25 seconds going down and coming back up.
Oh, so it
TikTak,
triggers like as you clip it?
yes.
Yeah.
Now TikTak says this is putting pressure on him. Yeah, Hayaoki, he just got that first try too. This is ridiculous. This is really great. He's beaten his own world record twice while training for this one event. Like I can't tell you how hyped he is for this. So I know he's pleased with how it's going.
Yeah, no, this seems very good. I mean, I
Now,
don't know what I'm talking
unfortunately,
about, but it seems
yeah.
good.
Now this one is more, the puzzles were more elaborate, and so in the coding, they recognized the second and third window could get opened in different orders. So because of that, we actually are going to have to manually open all three windows. But that
Wow.
doesn't mean we'll have to do all of West Arena the normal way,
Yeah.
because as was said before, this mechanic just breaks so many of the puzzles. So
So those shadows still would have spawned in the previous room, which is why he brought her
yeah,
in.
we wanted to, so there's something very interesting about that. That again, he's going so fast it's hard to even have time to explain. I'll explain when we get back to it,
Yeah.
but let's just say like in this area, normally we'd have to take Yorda down with us and get her onto a cylinder so it lowers, so some stairs rise so that we can go up into the next area. But we don't need to do that because lo and behold, here's a very specific angle where you can make it over to the other.
Yeah. I see what he's trying to do here. Over by the chain.
Yes. Whoop.
Oof.
And then we can heat up to the
Jeez.
chain. And then we just go out to the side. And unlike the East Arena, this is the main reason we have to do all this. Because in East Arena, the reflector is facing properly. But in West Arena, part of the puzzle is changing the angle of the reflector. And that's not going to just automatically fix because we did the last window. So we've still got to do all of this. But again, we're about to go through a window that's not yet open from the other side. So we're going to go through it and then we're going to open it from the other side. And then that's going to trigger the animation to power the second half of the gate. It really is impossible to say everything that's going on.
Well, yeah. We just skipped
And
like 30 minutes of gameplay.
I mean, if I had started explaining East and West Arena while we were still in Graveyard, maybe we'd understand what's all is being skipped here. But yay, so we had tried to escape, and the cutscene said we couldn't, and powering up East and West Arena reactivates the giant gate. So this other room here, the shadows, if you do what Hayaoki did, which is quickly get Yorda through that door, it'll be about 10 seconds before the shadows spawn in here. So that gives us plenty of time to get our ladder drop and then get Yorda out of here before the shadows even show up. Now, before this was discovered, we would enter into that room with shadows flying all around us and still try and do the ladder drop and get Yorda out. And it was hectic.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you miss that ladder drop or whatever.
Yeah, then you have to like, yeah, but you still don't want to fight 8 shadows. So you just kind of
Right,
try it
right.
over and over again. I would say that was the cage puzzle of 50 hertz easily until we figured out just be efficient at leaving that room the first time and the shadows won't have
Mm-hmm.
spawned yet. And it takes them long enough to spawn that there's almost no risk. And now we don't have to go up and pull that lever for the bridge because we already did it earlier. Another way that, game is broken. And finally, in 60 hertz, we're about to go through the chandelier room again. In 60 hertz, it would be
Yeah.
our third time going through the chandelier room, and we would have already triggered a shadow event. So as you found out, the shadows can be waiting right for you at the entrance as we come through this
Yes.
next passage. In this version, we've only been through the chandelier room once, so we're only triggering the second shadow fight now. So even this is easier.
Yeah. And then you're just straight for the main gate, right?
And then straight for the main gate. Yeah. So at least that's the same. Anytime you're holding Yorda and running with her. And I would say that in general, 50 hertz is a little slower than 60 hertz at that, but the amount that is skipped in the
Yeah.
game, I'd say it's a good trade.
So were all
So
of
yeah,
these skips found at basically the same time, or was it like, you found out you could skip East Arena and then you found out you could skip West like 2 months later?
I I I'd have to ask Bucci. I know that she was the first one to actually do a run, and I don't know when the task came out for this version. The task is insane, by the way. It does some other a couple other really crazy things.
Yeah.
Um, I know that she saw that these jumps could be done, and she messed around a lot. So I'm really not sure how much was learned, but I know that the very first runs Bucci was doing, they were already skipping East and West.
Hmm.
So whatever was figured out, it was mostly implemented. Like the time saves we've made since then have been things like what I explained in West Arena, or just small stuff like that save at the sewer, or doing a big yeet over the elevator at Stone Pillar. We're
Mm-hmm.
talking about just a few seconds here and there. All right, we now come to the saddest moment in all 3 games, if you ask me. Even sadder than aggro falling. Our companion, our friend. We have to say goodbye. Not to Yorda, but to Stick.
Rip in peace. Oh, that seemed like such a scary jump. Kind
It
of
is
diagonal.
it is, yes. It's 100% gonna work every time, but it always feels scary. And if you're using D-pad instead of the joystick, there's always a chance that one of the D-pad buttons isn't going to be registering and you will miss the jump if you jump
Yeah.
straight forward or straight to the left. But at the diagonal, yeah.
That's why I use the joystick and pray. And
And
then in
also
other
just
parts
do
of
the
the
jump
run, yeah, then in
normally.
other parts of the run I use the joystick and then I die, so.
Yep. Oh, here he goes. I don't know if that picked up or not, but I was doing a slide whistle falling sound.
So where's the last save if something should happen?
So there are, you mean for
There are
this?
I guess there's a
Yes.
checkpoint right here, right?
Yeah, there are auto checkpoints. This one's the only one that's kind of brutal. That there is a way you can die in the next area, and if you die there, you come back to these hanging
Mm-hmm.
jails. But after that, the auto saves are generous enough. But this platforming is so automatic
Mm-hmm.
that no time losses are going to be from a death, knock on wood. The time losses are going to be from oh, I missed this jump, so I have to backtrack and do this other 30 seconds of puzzle to get back to the spot where I just was.
Yeah. Because as far as I recall, being a much less experienced runner, if you
Hmm.
die there, like, or I guess if you quit out of the game, like hard quit, like he
Hmm.
hasn't sat on any benches since before Graveyard.
Yeah, and he didn't save. So if we
Yeah,
quit out,
that's
it's
true.
gone. The game is gone. Um, yeah. So
Guess better hope the
yeah,
power doesn't go out.
yeah, it's really tempting in a marathon, like a big marathon, to say, you know what, I'm gonna save at this bench and do an actual save right
Yeah.
before I do the jump at the bridge to grab Yorda's hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's what like she'd be one of those. Have you ever seen those like world's strongest grip contests?
Mm-hmm. She'd be very
That's
good at
what
that.
Yorda would be good at. I mean, she can hold a boy entire weight. And like he's dense, right? I mean, he's got bones on his head.
That's
There's probably
true.
other extra bones rattling around in there as well that make him so sturdy. So he's got to weigh at least what, 250? That's what I'm thinking. Like
She can bench press the average child.
he's mostly lead. And those sandals, they're not made of. Oh, by the way, we're just looking to the left so that the sprites of the water that's falling doesn't lag.
Oh. Is that a thing in 60 as well?
Yeah, yeah, it's minuscule. It's more just something to do because you're climbing a chain.
Yeah.
But it is, you know, it's not going to make a difference between a world record. But again, it's just something to do. So yeah, now we're just doing the platforming that in every single version of the game is pretty much the same. And because Eco doesn't have a weapon here. We're going to the Queen Sword, and once he gets the Queen Sword, we'll be able to do one other really significant skip. Can you guess
Can we
what that
skip
might
the
be?
shadows?
We get to skip the shadow fight.
Oh, that's so much time and convenience.
It really is. You don't have to lower the stairs to be able to reach the door to go to the Queen's room
Mm.
by fighting 53 shadows and getting them up to glow all of these sarcophagi. Instead, you just yeet, and you can do a super yeet, which he's going to try to do, or you can do a normal yeet up to them.
So the trigger for the 53 shadows is putting the stairs down.
The trigger for the 53 shadows is your feet touching the floor where Yorda is. That's
Mm.
what causes them to start their dance or to start attacking you.
Yeah.
Um, but as with all of the puzzles, if you hit the door, you're done. Like
Yeah,
you
that's
don't
true.
have to do anything else. Every other
Mm-hmm.
broken puzzle has been because, oh, we made it to a door, so now we can go through that door. And when we have the Queen Sword, it's Sworda, it's the regular sword plus Yorda, and it opens doors for us. So holding the Queen Sword and touching that door is gonna allow us to skip everything. And well done, Hayaoki. We've got one final death jump that saves us, I don't know, about 10 seconds, which we'll see him attempt. Or technically
There's a
two.
checkpoint right here, so
Yes, there's a checkpoint right here, so it's fun if you're not doing well to just go ham on these jumps and to jump
yeah.
from this top one down to the ledge below, but it's actually faster to do it this way because you don't thwop on your bottom. Well done
Mm-hmm.
with that jump. We don't call that one the death jump. The death jump is the next one coming up. But the setup for it is pretty straightforward. And it's just we're just going to skip a bit of this traversing while we hang on by our hands.
Is it the pipe jump?
Yes, the jump to
Okay.
the pipe instead of doing more of this
Yeah.
scaffolding.
I feel validated that you consider that to be a death jump because I have died there many times.
Woo! But
Oh,
in this version, you don't tummy oof. There's something about the camera angle. You have to do a hand grab.
I
But the
didn't
left,
like that.
I don't know if Hayaoki uses the joystick, but there's a setup where you can just use the left D-pad for it. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if he uses the joystick. We're watching a pro. That's all I gotta say. This really is a ridiculously good run. And and it kind of is smooth sailing from here in the same way that the rest of the fighting the master of the valley is smooth sailing
Mm-hmm.
after you've done the big elevator fight.
Yeah.
So we're just cruising. Just
And he's not
making our
worried
way.
about dying on any of these jumps.
Nope. Nope. These are all just straightforward. I have seen in 50 hertz Eco die at this next jump where you bump your head against the chain, then bump your back against the wall, and then land
Uh-huh.
on the chain. But I've never figured out what causes it. First, he's got to move the chain over. You're not that. Since again, we don't have the stick, so we can't just jump to that chain.
Yeah.
There's not much to. There's really nothing to break in these puzzles here. So yeah, he's lining up a little better. There we go. It's a little scary because it happens off camera, but he grabbed the
Yeah.
chain. I've seen Bucci miss it. Eco missed the chain on a Bucci runs a couple times, and not sure
Just off
why.
to the side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it just no, like hits the chain, does both bumps, but then for some reason he doesn't grab the chain
Oh.
afterwards.
Well, hey, I know all about a little boy who doesn't grab when you want him to.
And then he'll grab onto things you're not wanting him to, and
Mm-hmm.
many times just seemingly onto nothing, like there's no ledge to hold on to or anything.
He's like
All right.
perfectly lined up above that and he didn't even have to
Yes.
look.
Yes, but you'll notice he paused until he stopped like bumping before he
Mm-hmm.
dropped. In 60 hertz, you can drop immediately. In 50 hertz, if the timing is slightly off, he'll bounce off the wall and
Oh,
miss the door and die.
yeah.
So
Because if you don't land on the top of the doors, it's far enough to
it's
die.
it's it's far enough to kill you. But the door isn't. Again, like this game is just designed to have skips, it seems like almost intentionally. All right, now we've
Mm-hmm.
got the sword, so let's do some super jumping. That wasn't that
Ooh,
super, but
I forgot there
it's
was
just
even a
regular
bridge
jump.
there. I
All
was
right,
like,
and
why
now
are you
we.
jumping in the water?
So yeah, now we're just gonna fast try it all the way to the queen, and Hayaoki's gonna do something that only he's incorporated into the runs, even though I think it was Pitor who discovered this was possible. But there's the steps at the beginning of the way up to the shadow fight that we're gonna see. I'll point them out when we get to them. You can do one more super yeet from them, and it's faster if you get it. But if you miss it a couple times, it ends up being a little bit of a time loss. So we're gonna try and super yeet to skip
Mm,
all the shadows. And if not, we'll trigger the event, but we'll still be able to make a jump up to the higher
yeah.
staircase.
And
Yeah, so
is
he's.
there any like significant risk of actually triggering the shadows?
I mean, if you trigger the shadows, it's fine. You know, they're not gonna grab you or anything here. They're just in the way.
I
If you're
guess
trying
you
to
can
do like
just
a, yeah,
yeah, you
if you're
can
trying to
just
do a
yeet to the door.
pacifist run, mm-hmm. And since we have the sword, here we go. If you're trying to do a pacifist run, you definitely don't want to trigger them because you don't want to hit them while you're trying to
Yeah.
make it to the thing. But um, pacifist doesn't exist. I've only done it once, and it was hard.
I bet. So this is it? I mean,
This
it's
is it.
not like time yet, but
Do do do. If this ain't love, you better let me know, cause this is it. Oh, where's my other? This may not pick up either, but I've got to do the Western music here. All right, and then the Queen shows up. Can you hear that?
no, sadly.
Aw, I was doing womp 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 on a recorder.
Yeah.
I wonder what is about the noise gate that doesn't like my wind instruments specifically. Like, does it think it's a cat?
Maybe
All
it's
right,
the
and here,
frequency.
tell us about the sword spawns. Sable, you know
It's
this part of the run.
I do. It's top right, bottom left, top left, wall, back right.
That's
I
right.
got it.
Could you imagine if this was RNG, like where the
Oh,
sword goes?
that would be the worst.
Yeah.
And I
Yep.
remember it because in the right locations, it looks like an R for right. And if it's in the wrong locations because I got it backwards, it's shaped like an L for loser.
We all remember one way or another. I was that kid who was slightly dyslexic that when I couldn't remember how an L did, and so or when I couldn't remember which hand was my left, and so I'd put, make an L with both hands and hold it up, I'd be like, wait, which one is the L?
All
It
right, so
wasn't
it's
very helpful.
guaranteed now.
Yes, it's guaranteed. And then getting the bubble cuts too.
Yeah.
Wow, what a great queen fight and what a great run for Hayaoki.
Yeah.
Yay!
And we're not done on time.
No, we are not done on time.
I know it looks like the game is over, but
Yeah, this run does not end until Hayaiko makes it to the beach and finds Yorda. We
yes.
got some credits to get through.
Well, that seemed extremely good.
That was such a good run. I don't know. I'm expecting Hayaoki will be very pleased with it.
Yeah.
Or the only thing that went wrong was
It was
the
the shadow fight,
stone
right?
pillar shadow fight. And it
Yeah.
took what, maybe 3 or 4 tries to get the jump at the graveyard, but he made every single death jump, which are the real time losses, and he
Yeah.
got East and West Arena first try. So
Yeah.
this really was an incredible run and a great showcase of a very fun version of this game that a very small population of the Earth can actually do. Since, I mean, unless you're getting like, I know Hayaoki's like using a really expensive, what's it called, RetroTink converter
Mm.
to be able to give us this clear of an image. We usually don't even see Eco 50 Hertz run on this clear of an image. So, another reason why it was so great that he was willing to join us for our
Yeah.
Ecofecta. But yeah, you'd need a European PS2 that plays the PAL versions. Need a European version of the game, and you need a TV that can handle the PAL signal, the 50 hertz signal.
Yeah.
So
So it just like doesn't play on most TVs, or it just looks
I
like
I
garbage.
tried it like on a regular CRT TV, trying to run something at 25 frames a second on a TV that's running things at 30 frames per second. You're just getting the
Yeah.
flips, flip constantly. Like there's no
Uh,
way to even tell what's happening unless you know the game perfectly. But then still, it's no way to play the game.
but that's not coming across on stream if you try to capture it.
I mean, you'll just see, yeah, a garbled mess, a
Okay,
flippy,
because
like, yeah.
I mean, it could be fun.
So
Challenge run.
let me tell you what I did. Um, I have a friend who mods US PS2s so that they can run the EU and JP games.
Mm-hmm.
So it took us a couple different tries to finally get one that worked. Uh, and then I bought the 50 hertz version of the game. And then I brought my modded PS2 and the 50 hertz version of the game into a pawn shop and just started testing every TV there until I
Yeah.
found one cheap enough that it was also receiving a 50 hertz signal. Now, it's still like, a flat screen TV, it's still not as smooth as getting a 50 hertz CRT TV,
Yeah.
but those that would be really expensive because you can't find those in the US. You'd have to get it shipped like from, I don't know, Europe or Argentina or somewhere like that.
Yeah. Like, so is this run just on a time limit and eventually it's not going to be able to be run anymore
That's a great
because you
question.
can't find the hardware?
I would say when eventually all the PS2s in the world are going to die. Mine isn't performing very well itself. So yes, and the emulator versions of this game are buggy.
Hmm.
They act really weird. So it would, if we ever did emulator, it'd have to be a separate category just because of how odd it is. So
Yeah.
yeah, I would say this is one of the runs that eventually is going to die out, sadly. Because anytime they port it, they're going to port the unbroken 60 hertz version, which is what we have
Yeah.
on PS3 and which is what is available through the PS Now.
Hmm. But
Sad
on
to think
emulator,
about.
like the super jump things still work. They're just like
Yeah,
the rest of the
yeah, they
game's kind of janky.
the for the most part the game works fine, but there's enough jank to know that it's not the same game, so it couldn't
Yeah.
be on the same leaderboard. Up until now, we haven't allowed emulators, and it really would have to be its own separate leaderboard category. If
Yeah.
someone did and again, you know, with emulators, with a game like this, you really have to prove that you're not cheating,
Yeah.
because what Hayaoki pulled off really easily, you know, literally took me several weeks to learn to do well. And yeah, I can get a East or West Arena jump first try sometimes, but the death jumps really make these runs very brutal. So it's definitely the one that people would be the most tempted, I think, to cheat in an emulator, as far as versions of the run. So we just hadn't opened that door up to this point.
Yeah. Because I would hate to see the run with all of the cool jumps and stuff just completely vanish. So I'm glad that at least there is an option to still see it.
Yeah, to still see it and to do it yourself. Like, if you're wanting to try it out, the yeets will work on the 50 hertz version of the game. But isn't PS2 emulation just a pain anyways, though? Because you've got to get the PS2 thing, and then you've got to, like, get a key. Like, it's just a mess. It's still not easy. Like, it's not like if you're trying to emulate an old NES game, right?
Yeah.
Where you just, like, there are bajillion emulators for them, and you just get one, you get a ROM of the game, and you play it. To access a PS2 game takes a little more work than that the first time. So it's definitely by far the least accessible version of any of the games we play in the Ueda thing. And yeah, it'll never be popular, I think, unfortunately. Could you imagine, though, this is the sort of game that if it were able to be played around the world easily, a lot of people, I think, would have picked it up.
Oh, I would run this in a heartbeat.
So fun. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, if you ever come and visit me, or if I come visit you, maybe I'll bring my PS2 with me. And you can at least try it out and get the sensation of doing the yeets.
Because you know I'm a sucker for short categories. And I mean, these tricks seem really fun, so...
They are a lot of fun. The setups are tricky because you've got to do 3 things at once. You've got to make sure that the angle is right. You've got to make sure the timing on your jump and swing is right. And you've got to make sure that your eco's distance away from the object you're trying to use to raise your foot is a good distance. So you're focusing like on 3 different things simultaneously to try and make these jumps work. So it's very common, like if I hop on a stream of like TikTak or JK, or even from my own experience when I was trying to figure it out, to watch someone for 10 minutes trying to do the East Arena yeet jump for the first time while grasping all 3 concepts of, I don't even have the timing yet down for my jump swing. And then on top of that, I'm still trying to figure out both the angle and I'm trying to figure out his foot raised mechanic.
But I imagine that as you do it, as long as you like keep up with it, it kind of becomes like a muscle memory thing more than a visual thing.
For me,
I mean, it's kind of both.
You know me, I love my visual cues. So the setup always takes some visual, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
But then the actual action of, since thankfully camera angles don't change in this game, it does allow for some muscle memory to the angle and the timings. Yeah. I would say definitely, yeah. And Bucci does it all by feel now. So when she does the run. Remember this part of the game that we skipped the cutscene of?
I should watch the cutscenes again. I kind of don't even remember what happens.
Oop the nose. Yeah, you should do a lore run where you do all the cutscenes. But if you're gonna do all the cutscenes, you've also got to climb the pipe in the water world once you're at it a second time so that it breaks. So that's the hidden cutscene. And there's a cutscene when you go to the Queen Sword of swimming further all the way out to the closed gate. There's a cutscene that shows you from the outside and the camera like pans out. So.
Is it like Last Guardian where it has like, I think Last Guardian has 23 minutes of cutscenes? Is it like a lot?
It's a decent amount. I don't know if it's 23 minutes. I've never like done a speed run including the cutscenes, but it's a fair number of minutes. Yeah. It's got to be at least. Cuz the dialogue with the queen takes a while. Yeah, it adds up.
Yeah, I forgot that we skipped that dialogue instead of just being like, "Hi, Queen," and she's like, "Hi," and then immediately starts trying to murder you.
No, there's this big explanation of her wanting to live forever by possessing the body of her daughter, and you've come in the way of that.
Yeah. All right, so we should get ready on pausing the timer again.
Did we pause the timer for your run?
We did.
Oh, okay. Do you remember what your run time was?
I can look back.
Well, this is clearly going to be, yeah, it was like 3:13, right?
TikTak put it in chat.
Oh, okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool.
3:14:27.
Queen is so weak. I'm just catching up with chat now.
Yeah.
Be free, stick. Go live a better life. Yeah, Retro Tink is amazing. TikTak was right about that. Yeah. And JK would be the one to ask about emulator. He's the one who figured out some weird things that happen with Eco. Like if you're playing the emulated version of Eco and Eco's just holding a bomb, he'll just kind of shuffle around while he's holding it, and he starts to like warp back and forth further and further.
Oh.
We don't know.
So he's kind of doing the boy tippy taps, but like times 10.
Yes. And we have no idea like what causes it, and unfortunately there's nowhere to exploit it to make an emulator run more fun.
Yeah.
But
So time stops when we like trigger the little cutscene with Yorda here.
when the cutscene switches camera angles, that's
Yeah.
when we pause. So, yeah.
Yeah, again, time doesn't stop because we still have Shadow of the Colossus, but it
All right.
pauses.
Back in the Discord, and time will pause now. All right, I got my calculator out. What was your time?
What did I say? 3:14:27?
3:14:27. Wow.
So what
less
did
than an
this?
hour. That's what my calculator says.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
3:14.
very,
So
very
like
good.
under 56 minutes? Under 57 minutes?
And what's the world record? Like 54 or something?
Yeah, this is gonna be. We'll save for the IGT. I can check the world record right now, which Hayaoki has. It's
Yeah.
like a it's like a 42:08 right now, I think. $42:08, somewhere in there. And this one is, I'm gonna guess it's in the 52. I said 42, I meant 52. I'm gonna
Yeah.
guess this is in 53, 54 range easily. Dave?
Can you see the time?
Yes. Wow.
Yes, very, very
Wow.
good.
That's only like 30 seconds slower than world record. So that means that if the fight hadn't gone poorly, everything
Yep.
else about this run would have been a world record run.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. That was very, very good.
So, golly, that was such a good run.
Yeah.
You could tell Hayaoki in all the Japanese praise that he deserves.
I will do so. For now, I guess, yeah, we're transitioning to Shadow of the Colossus. Thanks so much for hanging out, Sancho.
You're welcome. This was fun. I mean, it's an honor to get to commentate for this world-class runner and on this game in this version. Man, what a great run. That's so insane of a time for a marathon. I cannot get over it. You and him both just had really great insane times for a marathon.
Yeah, but
TikTak says the pressure's on. I think he can loaf around.
Yeah, I think he can.
Still break the trifecta record.
Yeah. Well, let's head over to TikTak here in just a second. But thanks so much, everybody.
Yes.
We will
Bye,
be back
everyone.
in just a minute. Bye.
Alrighty, so I think we're live. Hello everyone. This is Shadow of the Colossus
Welcome.
with the washed up runner trying to emulate whatever the hell the other two people did. That was insane. Absolutely stellar performances all over the place.
And then we've got the other washed up runner in commentary.
Yeah, exactly. You know, by the way, the guy that was setting us up just told me 10 seconds and then you'll be live, and I'm like, oh god, do I have to count? Like, what am I doing, man? But I think we've managed. I think we've started. And
Yes.
You know what? Since this is like all RT, I'm gonna go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so, first of all, amazing performances from the other two runners, like, actually insane, from both Sable and Hayaoki. So now we're going to start with the third insane run, which is going to be a good old Shadow of the Colossus any percent in the normal difficulty. As is with any percent run, we're just going to go through the game and defeat all of the Colossi. With any percent, there is no glitches to skip any, so we're going to go through all of them, as that is a separate category, which is a bit harder. And, well, honestly, there's not much else to do except just get in. There's going to be a lot of segments of just riding aggro where we can explain what the fight that's going to come in, because the actual fight and just the entire speedrun is a very intense, is a lot of spikes of intensity, because you've got the very, very fast combats and then like 5 minutes of just riding a horse. Starting off with Valets, which is the first Colossi. Yeah?
Like, don't underestimate the parts between the colossi though. Like, for example, here we're doing like a bit of parkouring, and honestly, funnily enough, a lot of the time loss usually comes from the horse section, because that's when you kind of try to chill out, and when you just hit a rock and aggro loses like 20 seconds of a run. But that went well, and we're going right into the first Colossus. Stockie, you can take over.
Yeah. Starting with the first one, I mean, it's going to be a very simple strat. We're just going to be stabbing the leg to start a cutscene, but instead of climbing up the back, which is the usual strat, we're going to jump straight for the head. Because during the cutscene where he like trips over and goes, "Ow, my leg! Oh god, it hurts," he lowers his head far enough for us to just be able to climb directly onto his beard, or even sometimes onto his head. We're going to be seeing 3 specific techniques when it comes to stabbing in this game. We've got planting, which is what's happening right now. The Colossi, as very understandable, as it happens to us when a fly goes on our arm, are always going to shake to try to get us off. If we manage to get a plant, it essentially makes it so that it's nearly impossible for the Colossi to shake us off, and usually allows us to stab during segments where the game is not really, where we're not really meant to stab. It saves a ton of time in a lot of Colossi, as not really intended. We've got cycle stabs, which is a bit harder. It's using those shakes. We can stab and then let go because we've been shaken, which cancels out the very long drawing the sword out of the Colossi animation and lets us start a second stab a lot earlier. And then finally, wherever possible, we're going to be doing jump stabs. Why are we doing jump stabs? Well, because as we've seen in this first Colossi, anyone who's beaten the game casually can remember that when you defeat a Colossi, you get this super cool slow motion cinematic camera. When you jump stab, for some reason, you just don't get that cinematic camera. So wherever possible, we're going to be finishing Colossi with jump stabs, and it saves a bit of time, and you know, every second counts.
Yep, and as you also saw, the fights are usually very quick, so that's why any percent is great compared to something like Boss Rush. We have the time to talk about the game and enjoy the scenery. The remake of this game is really, really beautiful just because they redid all of the graphics. And one like byproduct of that will come up in the second Colossus, because basically the first game is running underneath, the original game runs underneath those layers of beautiful stuff. And due to that, some of the triggers and things are a bit different. For example, for quad, what you used to have to do in the original speedrun for like PS3 and PS2, you'd have to go all the way down and then shoot the leg of the Colossus. But on the PS4, the trigger points shifted a little bit. So what we can do now is jump down in a very specific way. And if you do it correctly and then just jump into nothingness, it triggers the Colossus anyway, so you land on his back. Which is very, very cool, but we're not done yet, because the stabbing techniques will come into play. Usually we would plant here, but actually if you avoid the plant on purpose, you can just jump back up before it even starts shaking, which saves quite a bit of time, but it's also very precise, specifically with all the setups before that it can go very, very wrong. And now just to finish off this Colossus cycle stabs on the second sigil, as Stockie explained earlier, and that's the second Colossus done. 14 more to go. So far this was very good, but the hard ones are coming up right after this one.
Yeah, and as we've seen there's a lot of small little intricacies, a lot of skipping some animations, not getting shaken, positioning yourself correctly. This game really, once you start looking into it and start learning it, is a lot more complex than it may look. Because realistically, compared to a casual playthrough, if you ignore some of the more obvious glitches and skips, it doesn't look that different. We always ride towards the Colossi. We do every single Colossi in order. There's no big sequence break. But the actual fights, there's so much intricacy and there's so much to talk about in every single one of them. And now comes one of my favorite ones, and the most hated by the community and especially the Reddit guy, which is the third Colossi.
If I may take over on this one, just because all the people that have ever seen a speedrun of this game shown will remember the cool launch that we did, like all the way to the head. Why am I spoiling it now? Because this was routed out. We as speedrunners like efficiency, and that once lost a lot of time by having to wait while you launch all the way, wait for the animations to line up. So instead we will do something way less cool, but a lot harder. So basically we traded cool stuff for efficient stuff that is also harder. And this has been a nightmare for me when I was derusting and doing like any % world record attempts. Simply what we're trying to do here is, instead of launching all the way to the head, I will do a specific setup where we get him to activate the animation instantly, like strike with his sword. And then I will try to barely hit 3 arrows, then get up his sword, and line up in a way where I will kind of like almost teleport up to his waist. It's kind of a glitchy jump there, which is not quite a launch, but it's faster, right? And that will allow me to immediately stab the belly. And off of that, if I'm just about quick enough, it's a very, very tight timing, I will also be able to transition to the arm, which will transport me directly to the head. And all of that intricacy just to save 20 seconds, if it goes right. If it goes wrong, usually you tie, but sometimes it can go very wrong, in which case I'll have to improvise.
And again, just to put into perspective how much the entire explanation that took from getting from the castle to Gaius is about, what, 10-15 seconds of gameplay, maybe a bit longer? That entire explanation up to when you get onto Gaius?
Oh, you mean basically all what I just explained, how long it's in the fight? Yeah, it's not that long at all.
It's so fast. It goes by in a flash.
The whole fight is less than a minute, and it used to be like a minute 15. So, you know, that's what we're dealing with. By the way, this jump is supposed to be hard, but with speedrunning, we can also bypass that. Anyway, so I'll focus here.
Yeah. So what we're going to see is what TikTak just said. We're going to run up, trigger it as soon as possible, get some arrows in. That's basically to avoid having to do extra stabs. Right at the end, go onto the sword, and now, while this may look like the most basic trick, which is just the first one that people learn, it's actually very, very complicated. We're going to let's see if it goes well. Dropping right there, and there you go. And it looks easy, but it is not. It is definitely not. It is a very, very difficult trick. And it does unfortunately get rid of the Space Jam, which is a fan favorite.
No!
Ooh.
Oh, okay. And this was the actual hard part. The amount of leeway you have on these stabs and the transition to the freaking arm, it's very hard. Ugh.
There we go.
And to put it into perspective, in world record attempts, I'm alright with failing this part as long as I get a quick backup. That's because getting the complete thing is hard, and I think I don't have quite enough arrows on the belly. So now I have to go for the backup here. Basically staying on, dropping back, and finishing with Sigil anyway. Basically one of the arrows didn't hit quite good enough, so we'll just do it like that and it's fine. And you know what? Even the failing the transition, even the failing the arrow there, this is still faster than the old strategy, and it looks so lame in comparison. I hate that it was routed out. Everyone give a shout out to PDO for making the game harder and more efficient.
Thanks, PDO. Unfortunately, in speedrunning, the rule of cool doesn't usually apply.
Yeah. But you know, with how everyone performed and how fast everything went, I think we will be way underestimate. So
Famous last words. Famous last words.
well, if I fail that bad, then oh man. Anyway, maybe I can show off some of the cool strats afterwards if you have the time. You know.
So, now we're going to go on to a way more underwhelming fight, and one of my least favorite, totally unbiased, is not Pelagia, Phaedra, sorry, which is the horse. I'm already got PTSD from doing Pelagia before.
I agree, though Pelagia is the worst one.
Pelagia is the worst one, but Phaedra is close there, just because of how, honestly, relatively uninspired the fight is compared to other ones in the speed run. It's really, really impressive, but at the same time, you know, not visually.
I mean, dude, I'm doing the IL strat here. I will go for it.
That is true. That is true. You're going to try to do the Phaedra launch, but essentially, what TikTak is going to try to do here is he's going to jump on one of Phaedra's legs and use the momentum because thanks to similar how the 50 hertz broke Eco, 60 hertz also kind of breaks out of the Colossus. If you've ever played the PS3 version, or you've played the 60 hertz version of Shadow of the Colossus, you'll see that it's kind of like hyperactive. So the physics are a bit extra, and the magnetism on Wanda's a bit extra, and launches are a bit extra. Just everything's a bit extra.
I like how you call it extra because I know exactly what you mean. Like it's the best way to put it.
It's just like if you're gonna shake a bit on 30, it's gonna be just like a bit more on 60 FPS. And
yeah, which is also a downside. It's not easier to control, but it's like when you use the exploits, they are more impactful. You can still do all the tricks in 30 as well, but some of them are a bit easier. And coming up with this one is hard, so I'll shut up when you talk.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the first of the launches, which we'll see quite a few of. Tigger's going to jump onto one of the legs and use the walking animation to do a very, very precise jump, which will hopefully zoop him up and allow him to get straight onto the back instead of having to... There you go. Instead of having to do a couple of jumps and then wait for it to settle down and then climb up, as well as jumping over a trigger on the neck that makes Phaedra shake their head. So that was a excellent execution, which hit surprisingly not that much time. But at this point, again, the fights are so short and so intense that each trick is relative to like the entire duration of the run. It's technically like min-max in time, but it's also very necessary if you want to get.
It's like 15 to 20 seconds faster than you would do with like the other strategy, but it adds up. Like 15 seconds per Colossus. Yeah. That's basically like what PDO, again shout out to PDO, did. He found like little 5 to 10 seconds time saves all over the place, and all of a sudden we're doing like no reset runs that are faster than the old records easily. It really adds up, a lot of it. And this is one of the examples which is kind of hard to do, but it's definitely worth it just because of that consistency, because the lineup for the rest of the thing, as long as you hit the launch, is a lot easier.
And also, it puts into perspective how important just knowing how to ride the damn horse is, because it's so much more time than these 15 to 20-second time saves. So you really got to be able to get everything together to ride aggro properly, to take the correct paths to each colossi and move effectively, as well as actually execute the colossi. So even though these sections may look very, very chill, which they are in comparison, they still are just as important as the rest of the run.
Yesterday, when I was doing a practice run, which was like basically world record pace, on Pelagia, I ran with aggro into like the wall like 3 or 4 separate times. And then I failed the swimming section and Wonder got out of the water early. So the fight after that was perfect, but I lost like 20 seconds. And that's the worst feeling. Like specifically on Avion here, when you go towards him, all of these rocks are dangerous. Danger zones, When aggro runs into a block of grass, it's like the worst thing ever. So, got past it, alright. But yeah. And in the end, you have to optimize the fights because they can also lose a lot of time if you do them wrong,
Yeah. It's something that you really have to just work on everything. There's no moment in the Shadow speedrun where it just doesn't matter. That every little bit matters. There's no waiting. There's no part where it doesn't matter your execution. It's a very, very, very consistent, very intensive run. Sick backflip.
Sick flip for
sure. Similar to the Eco run that we've just seen. I don't know about I personally haven't run it, but I know that the Eco run is also super intensive on movement, and that's where you just lose small bits of time. But getting back into the actual run, now we're going to do Avion, the bird, the one that's literally called plane in Spanish. Don't know why. This is one of the more simpler runs between a very, very high level and a more beginner speed run. What we're going to do is we're going to stab one of the wings. We're going to stab the right wing first, and then drop from the right wing to the left wing, and then from the left wing to the tail. Because after each stab on the wings, Avion will do a barrel roll. And during that barrel roll, because of Wanda's inherent magnetism, for some reason, you can grab onto stuff that really doesn't look like you can grab onto it. So what TikTak's going to do is going to stab the first wing, and then during the barrel roll, after that first stab, when it gets more perpendicular to the ground, to the water, is when he's going to drop, and then just kind of zoop and magnet onto the wing. And then during the next barrel roll, he's going to drop down and get to the tail quickly.
Okay, this actually messed up. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to do a drop. I think I'll still try to. Okay, just about fine. Oof.
Great, that's amazing.
This was very scary, by the way. Like, when the lineup is just off a little bit, like, these are not like quick time events or something, you can actually fall there. This is like as pure of a speedrun as there is, because what you see is what is happening, and this was very scary just now. If Wander lands the wrong way, he can just slip off, and then I'm losing a minute and I look like a fool, so... Now,
Avion is the worst one in a live event, because if you get it wrong, you just look dumb.
Yeah, but this one went well. This is very good. Like, so far, even though the Gaius went wrong, I'm still like on a decent pace. And the good thing is, after this part, even though things are still hard and can go wrong, at least the worst parts are behind me for the most. Like,
Avion is quite unsuspecting, but a mistake on Avion is very costly, because essentially you can't die, which is the fastest way to reset during any percent.
Yep.
So you just have to and there's no guarantee that you're going to fall next to a platform, so you might have to swim to a platform, get on the platform, shoot Avion, get their attention, and wait for Avion to fly around and then get back on. It wastes so much time, and luckily it went well. Now we
Well,
have one of the few any percent exclusive tricks that is implemented. The first one was the quad. There was the quad, the second Colossi, where TikTak explained that if you drop down in specifically the PS4 remaster, you can spawn. You can basically be flying in the air as quad spawns, as we saw. The second one's going to be Barber. This technically isn't an any percent exclusive trick, but it is only performed in Time Attack in the American version of the PS2 original release. Why is that? I don't know. It's just
I can tell you why, because the
versions are
PS2 yeah, and in the PS2 version, you actually can move before the timer starts. That's the
but
reason.
that was only in the American. No. Well, I don't understand why is it only in the American version. I guess just in Eco and Shadow Closet, you've got earlier versions for some reason.
Yeah, it's kind of like with Eco as well, where the US version is just broken and not optimized, and some of the like puzzles are missing and all that. The PS2 Shadow version is the weirdest thing for speedrunners, because most of the ILs are faster, but it's also more difficult to play because of certain things. For example, Wander just lets go of surfaces if he goes to a cutscene. Kind of harsh on Barba, you know, where in the middle of a fight there is a cutscene and you can be on the back. But yeah, this PS2 Barba definitely works, but it hasn't been done yet. So it's basically an OG IL world record up for grabs. I don't know. I don't know if anyone wants to go for it. If no one does, eventually I will just get like the US version and see what I can do. But yeah. Anyway,
the way that this trick works is depending when you skip the initial cutscene for Barber, Wonder will just spawn in the air or in different positions, and it's a bit weird because during any percent you gain control instantly in Time Attack, as we've explained. You can skip at a very, very, very specific point, which will place you close enough to Barber in the air that you can grab their beard, or their barba in Spanish, instantly. Nearly a sick flip. Just a broken neck.
the landing wasn't that great, yeah. Minus points for that.
Minus points for landing. So that's what TikTak's going to do. He's depending on who you ask, you look at either a divot or you look at a specific part of the door going under the ground. But we use a visual cue to skip at a very, very, very specific time.
It's a 5-frame window, basically. And some of them
were frames, really?
Yeah, and some of them are better, some of them are worse. And a couple of my last runs, it went wrong, so hopefully it won't this time.
Yeah. So hopefully it will go right. Even if it goes wrong, this is still recoverable, which just will be essentially an IL. Let's see if it goes well. That looks good. Oh, just about.
Yeah,
just about.
Like the last few times I tried this, Wander just wouldn't grab, so I'm glad he did, to show off this cool little thing. And what I did there is also kind of more of a thing in 60, just because re-grabs are more... Oh God! Okay, can I recover this?
So that's another... Okay, so talking about how 60 isn't all good.
Yeah,
that was definitely just getting bounced off because of the 60 frames.
Okay. This is fine. This is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. This is not an issue whatsoever. Luckily, Barber's just one of those Colossi that is just...
He doesn't even give me the benefit there of cancelling his animation. It's just
usually you can stab Colossi to cancel certain animations, and this is a very, very well-known cancel that you can do. Sexy slash, let's go. There's a very well-known cancel. You can very easily cancel Barber's animations if you just do a quick stab. For some reason, Barber did not want to cancel that time. But, you know, think about it this way. It's still faster than if you wouldn't have gotten the... Wait, he teleported?
Yeah, I can tell you why. Basically, if you kill the Colossus while you're in the air, the game gets confused and teleports the Colossus away to a predetermined point. And since I did kill him with a slash while in the air, there was no connection there. So Barber just went somewhere else. His body moved because the game is confused.
I'm sure it's happened to me. I've just never realized.
Yeah, actually it happened once to Upso on Solosia, which is just like the wildest thing to happen. And we were very confused. Yeah, Solosia. I
How do
think
you wait? Okay, for context, you will see Solosia later. It's a tiny dog. How are you not on Solosia?
I think he did New Game Plus, right? And like he jump stepped in a way that he was kind of outside the sigil, barely hitting it or something. So yeah, it was the weirdest thing ever. We never saw that before.
Very interesting. So a couple things. We have lovely JK. Shout out to JK, one of our resident insane speedrunners and also insane just lore nerd of just the entire game and its creation and all the little quirks and kinks. Yeah, apparently the US version is the initial version, similar with Eco. The Japanese version is a day one patch, and the European version is a different version of the Japanese one, which is the newest one, for Shadow, on PS2. Old PS2 things, when you can update games. So now
I think we can be glad that we can run this on a PS4 or PS5, just because the game is so much more comfortable to run. Compared to a PS3 version, which I've also done runs on, and my skill doesn't really convert that much into it. I basically have to relearn a whole new game because all the laws I know from this one don't apply. It's like all the things I know work in this version don't work in the PS3 or PS2 version. And we're coming up to Hydrus. That's the next one.
Coming up to Hydrus, my own personal demon. I still have forgotten how to do it, but that's beside the point. Hydrus is one of the more glaring AI minutes that we do in the run. It's going to jump at a very specific spot into the water, and then swim for a very specific amount of time in a very specific direction to place himself in a very, very, very specific spot. That makes Hydrus turn very quickly and very consistently. Faster in the 60 FPS version, God knows why. Hydrus is going to move in a very predictable pattern, and what TikTak's going to do is, right as Hydrus is going to crest underneath to shock you, he's going to do a jump stab to get close enough to Hydrus for the game to think that he is on him. And obviously, if you're on Hydrus, the game goes, wait, if one is on Hydrus needs to be out of the water. So you're going to see Hydrus break their neck to quickly flick out of the water, just absolutely just crank that, and skip having to get onto the tail, go underwater, and cross over.
I've never heard someone explain it that way, but it makes perfect sense. Like instant evolution when the first animals went to land, but all done not in a million years, but in 2 seconds.
Yeah, a couple frames, just breaks his neck. Oh, I need to be over water. My bad.
I'm land animal now. Let's go.
And then there's going to be one of my favorite tricks in the game is TikTak's going to jump stab the sigil, and when you jump stab Hydrus' sigil, they go underwater quickly, and he will get shocked, which will send him back, and then Hydrus going to quickly resurface, which allows for 3 very, very quick jump stabs. So here we're going to see
3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I basically remodeled the setup in a way where it's a lot more consistent, but it can still fail very easily, just because of the way the AI works and all that. So let's hope.
Yep. So here we can see Hydrus just break their neck to quickly get over the water, because obviously the game tells you, wait, if Wanda is on top, Hydrus needs to be out of the water. And here are the very quick...
Oh, no. Come on, not like this. Don't kill me, please.
Luckily this isn't hard, because hard would have definitely killed you right there.
Yep.
There you go. Oof. Just about. Hydrus is terrible, especially in any percent.
Yeah, and the worst part is, like, any percent hard is a bit better, because if you fail a setup, you can easily die to the spikes. On normal, if you want to die to the spikes in the one cycle, it rarely happens. You usually survive with one little bit of health, like literally a pixel. And then the fastest way of resetting the fight, no joke, is to run back up the tower and die to fall damage. It's I'm glad I don't have to show that off because that's terrifying to do. Because if you then don't die of fall damage, you have to run back up the tower and try to do it again. And if all of that didn't work, you're like, well,
terrible.
should have just stayed in the water and tried to get Hydra's attention, which also takes freaking eternity. So, you know.
Luckily, we have the AI managed for that.
Yeah, and it's
Because
gotten
if
a lot
not,
better.
it would be just an RNG fest.
This
Just
used
get
to be
hyped.
like a 30% success rate skip on any percent, and so glad it's not anymore. Like most of the runs would die here, and you would cry a lot. Yeah.
Cry profusely. If I remember correctly, now it's Kuromori, right?
Yes.
It's the big old lizard, which is one of the easiest in NTA and one of the harder ones in HTA. The reason
Lizard
why
fans unite!
Lizard fans unite after Morty with TLG. This is the last lizard we're gonna see, other than the white-tailed skinks.
Yeah.
But the reason why there's such a big difference between normal and hard when it comes to Kuromori is just how much time you have. Because with Kuromori, what TikTak's going to do is he's going to get his attention just at the beginning. So to basically make Kuromori always go up the exact same way. It's RNG how fast he goes up, but at least it's always the same way. We're going to shoot him down, and one little quirk, which is a very nice little detail, is the higher Kuromori is, the more time he spends on the ground. Now, because we're speedrunners, letting Kuromori climb up is very slow. So we're going to shoot him as soon as possible and jump down as soon as possible to quickly kill them. In normal, that is no issue because there's a super fast cycle stab on the sigil that's closest to the head, and then you have more than enough time to do the second sigil, even with a couple meme stabs that can happen because of the leg moving. But in hard, if you want to really, really like optimize it, you have just enough time to do it. And you can even be so unfortunate as to not get crushed if it goes wrong, which then will mean that you need to wait for Kuromori to very slowly kill you.
Yep.
To be able to do another try. But luckily, we're in normal, which is more than enough time, and hopefully this isn't a commentator's curse.
Yeah, and just for anyone who's looking into this, watching some content of this game, besides the speedrun of any percent, I recommend watching the ILs, because on Kuromori, the IL does something completely different, and I'll just let you all discover it because it's phenomenal to watch. Just go to SRC leaderboard and watch Hammers run. It's amazing, and doesn't involve a bow, just to spoil some of it.
Definitely, all of the ILs in this game are completely different, or most of them are completely different to how it's done in any percent. It's just very, very risky strats, basically.
Yep.
Most of them. But yeah, Kuromori, fortunately, after Hydrus, after how tense Hydrus is, and how tense the next class fight is for newer players, Kuromori is a very nice break.
Yeah, and funnily enough, especially now that PDO optimizes all the routes, it's more terrifying to go to Kuromori than the actual fight, just because PD always comes into my chat and bullies me for being slow with the aggro movement, and there's a lot of tech involved there with stopping aggro and then restarting aggro and all of that.
You will see sometimes Wanda jump like 40 meters and he will be just fine. He has the strongest legs in the world, and you will see a lot of jumps where you would go, that's not really something that would make sense. And no, it really isn't. Oh, you got lifted up by the foot.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Oh, okay.
We'll take those.
Okay. Kuromori really wanted to show off how buggy that leg can be.
Yeah, and sometimes it
bug out that much.
And you know what? On hard mode, I once had that leg just lift me off the body and kill my run, so that happens. Yeah.
Like I said, Kuromori, like imagine this, but like you have to do like 2 more stabs in each.
Yep.
And
Not
that's
two
where it gets
more.
really
No,
hard.
3 more stabs.
3 more stabs in each,
Yeah.
and that's where it gets really, really hard. Because there's just no time to one cycle Kuro in hard. Even if you let him go up, if you're not down in your execution, it can still just not
Yeah,
let you one
and
cycle
the
it.
best part is I'm fairly consistent in it. I can do it most of the times, but sometimes it will just cancel your stab on the second sigil. And, you know, I can still manage with 1 cancel. If it's 2 cancels, your run is just over. And you can't influence that at all. Because for some reason on 60 FPS it happens. On 30 it never does. But, yeah. Anyway.
Now we've got another bane of newer players, Bassaran, the big turtle.
Yep.
This is going to be the second launch in the game. The first one was in the horse with Phaedra. This is going to be more of a classic launch. It's basically this is one of the runs where there's not much difference between like a very well optimized run and your first proper run, because you know it's the exact same strat. It's just a question of optimizing once you get onto the head. But what we're going to do is place aggro and wander in a relatively specific spot. It's not too position intensive, but you kind of want to replicate the initial positions of the time attack. We're gonna get on aggro at a specific time to avoid Bassaran shooting too early, or to avoid just unwanted AI decisions from Bassaran.
Can I tell you something? PTO rerouted that. We just wait in the cutscene and it lines up perfectly every time. There is no
Okay, never mind. So it
AI bullshit anymore.
Really?
And the best part is the wait what you would do is now in a cutscene, so it saves IGT. PTO made this a lot easier now.
Oh.
Yeah, and now I can even do IL strats, so I will try to jump stab the sigil. Wish me luck.
Ooh, good luck. But what we're going to do is, once we start with aggro, is we're going to ride, and we have just enough speed and height to jump onto the leg. And when you get close to Bassaran, he basically does a big stomp with his front legs. So what we're going to do is use that stomp, use that vertical momentum, which in this game gets added if you do like a side jump. We're going to use that vertical momentum to fling ourselves directly onto the head. We're going to do a quick regrab here, and there you go.
Almost.
Oh, nearly. And it looks easy, and it's one of those tricks where if you know it, it's easy. If you don't, you've got to find your own way of doing it. Basically, you got to find your own rhythm. Once you do, it's a super consistent trick. And realistically, the hard part of Bassaran is dealing with the different phases once you're on the head, because Bassaran has 2 phases. For the first, great Bassaran. For the first half, more or less, of the health bar, Bassaran's going to whip his hair back and forth, which is what we saw at the beginning. It will always flick you off, as I said before. Plants basically make it so that you never fall down. Generally speaking, there's some points where you go straight up upside down and wander, even with the plant has to let go. And then after the first half of HP, he'll start shaking side to side, which is a lot more manageable if you have a plant. And it's just kind of managing to get enough damage to get out of the first phase and get good plants.
And there's even more detail to all of that fight. Basically, if I would have hit the jump step, there was a possibility to skip the back and forth. I didn't. I barely missed the sigil, so I had to do a regular jump step. And then I missed the third step, which made it a bit awkward. But what I did is I let go of his head to cancel the animation. And then I basically had to be quick enough to kill him before the back and forth starts, the side to side start. And that allowed me to skip that as well and not be bothered. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. If you, for example, don't get a plant or don't get the stabs quick enough, that will lose you 20, 30 seconds, a minute, anything really. It is a very hard sigil to optimize, and if it's done well, it looks easy, so thank God that went well.
When you start the run, when you start learning Bassaran, you think the hard part is getting the launch, and once you learn the launch, you know that the launch is absolutely nothing compared to optimizing and manipulating the AI on that sigil. Because if you don't let go when he goes back and forth, he's going to continue going back and forth. If you get on the head. If you go past the neck too quickly, he's going to continue doing the back and forth, and it's just a whole mess. And if you don't get a plan, say goodbye to your time, basically.
Yep.
Like, not getting that one plant is equivalent to not doing the hard IL Phaedra launch, basically.
Yeah.
From the 4th Colossi, just because you just didn't plant. So it's one of those things where when you start sitting down and like you really optimize the game, it's when you realize how some of these are. But talking about chill moments, this is the second longest horse ride.
Might be, yeah. I think so.
Because Cenobia is the longest.
Yeah, for sure. Cenobia is the longest. Malice might be longer, I think, but I'm not quite sure.
Maybe.
Pelagia is also very long. I have no idea, honestly.
Pelagia is not necessarily long, it's just slow, because there's a lot of, like, very...
Pelagia has a lot of the swim,
small...
yes.
Yeah, you have a lot of swim and a very small thing. But basically, we're going to go up against the second snake. This is a sand snake, not a water snake. Like Hydrus. This is Dirge. Where what we're going to do is, like how when you're at the beach and there's a bit of wind and sand gets in your eye, Dirge is under the sand, and we're going to exact our revenge on sand. And just how sand gets in our eyes, arrow will go into Dirge's eyes, which will make Dirge barrel out of control and crash into a wall. And we're going to see our first instance of precision stabbing. In Shadow, but technically Gaius was the first instance, but it's not as prevalent. But in Shadow, you might think that you need to defeat the sigils to defeat the Colossi, but no, you just need to do enough damage. So any Colossi that requires arrows, well, most Colossi that require arrows, are susceptible to the damage you deal from the arrow to be enough to have to be able to one cycle or to stab less. So in this case, usually when you defeat Dirge's sigil, they will go straight back under the sand and then just go off, and you got to do the whole process again. But if we deal a very precise amount of damage, I believe it's what 1.7, 2.4 is it? I forget.
2.3, 2.4, something along those lines. Yeah.
2.3.4, 0.3.4 being about 30 to 40% of the circle, which is when you charge up is how much damage you deal. You can deal just enough damage so that the damage from the arrow that we can see right here is enough to kill Dirge, but not enough to kill the first sigil, which will make Dirge go under the sand.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the damage that you see on screen right now is the leeway I have, so this is not an easy strat. That's why I have to basically put my head into the screen. I might have understabbed, let's hope not. Yeah.
I
anyway.
am not sure. It looked a bit understabby, but let's hope. It looks fine in the health bar, but...
Yeah, we'll see.
But we'll see. So it's very, very specific, very precise, because obviously this starts charging and you can't stop charging it. Let's see, and...
I'm fine.
There you go, perfect. So as you saw, Dirge didn't go in because the first sigil didn't die, but due to the damage from the bow, we had enough leeway to be able to kill the Colossi without having to kill both sigils completely. This is it's a relatively hard precision stab. We've got 2 more, I think.
Yeah, I think it's the hardest of the 3 to get used to. All of them are... Well, it depends on how you do it, but I think they're just still the hardest just because of the amount of leeway you have. Funnily enough, when you do easy any percent, it's even harder because it has less health overall, so it's very easy to under or overstab, and both of them fail the run. If you understab, you don't deal enough damage. If you overstab, it kills the sigil, and then you have to do another cycle.
Technically, it's better to understab than overstab, because overstab is completely gone, and understab... Technically, you can slash the sigil as Dirge goes in. It's nowhere near consistent. It's a last-ditch effort because
I
honestly,
did.
the run's dead regardless. So
I mean, I did it once, and it wasn't a marathon run, so that was very fun. You were there actually in person. I remember.
yeah, I remember that one. It's one of those strats that you know exists, but that's it. You just know exists. It's not something that you ever train. It's not something that you ever do. You just kind of hope that when the moment comes, you are able to do it.
Yeah. And it like
Similar
never
to
happens.
Yeah, damn. Similar to how in Barber, if you recall, you can actually jump stab the back. It's generally if you're in a position to be able to jump stab it, you're already messing up because it means that it's kind of like halfway through. Generally,
I mean, in boss rush, I started incorporating it actually, but in any percent, it's a bit, you're losing a lot more time if you fail it. Usually, yeah.
But it's one of those like little strats that you know exists. But I mean, just kind of if it happens, it happens. If not, then
By the way, after Salosia, can you tell me my pace? Just because I'm curious.
See, that would be a great idea if I remember to start the timer. But I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? Okay,
I didn't. So if someone in chat can calculate the pace, that would be great. But you're doing well.
All right.
Now we're going to my favorite little boy, Salosia, a small little dog that is unfortunately afraid of fire. It's very cute, but we don't really care for cuteness. About 45 to 50 minutes in.
Alright.
Pace time. Thank you.
That sounds good.
So what we're gonna do here is usually what you do with Salosia is you jump onto some pedestals that have some fire on it. He attacks the pedestal to try to get you off, just headbutts it. Stick comes out, you pick up the stick. 45 minutes is JK. You pick up the stick and then light it on fire. You're meant to slowly... this is just a quick jump, nothing major. You can get soft locked on it, and you can just drop to the bottom and lose a bunch of time. Luckily, that worked perfectly fine. But instead of slowly pushing Salosia back, what we're going to do is we're just going to run to the end. We're going to drop the stick, which is going to make Salosia come towards us and try to attack us. And right as Salosia is about to hit us, pick the stick back up, which confuses the game. Essentially, Salosia is in the position where if there's fire, it will fall down. But because it saw that you didn't have the fire, it was just going to knock you down. So it kind of, you're going to see it kind of gets a bit confused and just falls off and either goes through Wanda or hopefully pushes Wanda down. There you go. And now TikTak's going to drop the stick as he falls down and just do a quick jump stab onto Salosia. And honestly, one of the easier Colossi. That Sid was a lot bigger. And also, jump stabbing here looks like he's about to start running. You can do a triple jump stab in hard if you drop down with a jump stab. Again, Wanda's magnetism is there to save the day in a lot of positions. That's just a clean
and Salosia is one of those unfortunate splits where if you do it perfectly, that's the expectation. But if you mess up the jump step, you lose a ton of time. It's really unrewarding, so to speak.
Yeah,
that went well.
It's one of those where it's easy enough for it to, when it goes right, to just go okay, but it still has just enough difficulty that you do mess it up sometimes. So but luckily this went perfectly well. Pelagia. What is there to say about Pelagia?
In normal, it's not as bad as on hard, at least, so that's nice.
But this has to be the worst Colossi to mess up.
Yeah, that's for sure. It loses the most time, I think.
It puts everything together when you do mess it up. It's everything that you hate. You can't die to reset. It has very slow recovery, like you gotta swim, get onto the back and everything. And on top of that, you gotta mess with Pelagia's AI, which is terrible. And hard forces you to mess with Pelagia's AI.
Yep.
Which is terrible. And on top of that, you have a 0.9 precision stab. which has to be done as the second stab, which means that if you do overstab, there's no fixing it.
Do you want to know a fun fact? You can do it as the first stab, and Jade has done that, and it's ugly because you never practiced it that way, you know?
Ooh, why would you do it first? Ooh.
Because you can adjust. It makes sense, but it's really one that's difficult to adjust to. Because I think if you do it as the first one, you might have to charge it, and that makes it have less leeway. I'm not sure how it works exactly.
You don't charge it? I always charge it.
I don't charge it, because why would I bother with a 1 second time save if I can lose my entire run over it? It makes it a bit easier.
Think about that 1 second time save, though. Think about
yeah. But that's what Hammer always told me, and like I never subscribed to that philosophy. That's an IL philosophy, but for full game runs, you really have to go for consistency above all else. Especially if you compare boss rush to any percent, like the boss rush went so far ahead in strats, and then PDO pushed it even farther with his new discoveries. But I think there's a couple minutes of leeway in the any percent record right now. It's just so hard to finish a clean run that no one has done it so far. But who knows? It might happen soon. It might happen next year. I don't know. Yeah.
Just for context, part of the stabbing techniques that are in the game, and this is a great way to, if you're just casually trying to beat all of the time attack times, the best way to do it is just to learn the secret technique, which just the game doesn't tell you, which is charge attacks. If you hold attack, if you tap to start an attack and then hold it, you will charge faster than just pressing it and waiting for one to charge. I don't know why the game never tells you. I don't know why it's in the game, if they're never going to tell you, but it's one of those small things that just small time optimizations. But obviously with precision stabbing in Dirge, but especially in Pelagia, it's just recommended to just go slow. It's not that time intensive.
But at the same time, you gotta be on point to actually go with the strategy, because if you do the slow charge wrong, Pelagia will just start moving and you lose the whole cycle. And this is one of those setups that is very, very precise. If you fail it, hell breaks loose. But if you do it correctly, it's never RNG, which is the good part. So just gotta hit the thing.
Yeah, luckily this game is relatively deterministic. The problem is once it gets out of your hands, it's when everything goes to lose. What we're going to do here is Igor's going to position, TikTak's going to position them in a very specific spot, and shoot 2 arrows at a very specific time to get Pelagia to turn around, get up close, and lower their head. And instead of having to swim all around, just jump straight onto the head. They're going to whip their head back, and right as it's going to start going down, he's going to slash the front teeth.
No. Okay, there's a backup. There's a backup. Okay, I think I hit. Okay. No, I'm not sure. We'll see.
It looks good enough.
No, it's not. It's not. Okay, we'll see. Okay. Okay.
Good enough. I believe.
Let's hope. I think it's fine. Let's hope.
So now he's going to jump onto Pelagia's head as it's shooting to cancel the shot, make Pelagia stand up and then drop onto the stomach, and do a full stab, a 90% stab, and then 2 full stabs, hopefully. When you do 3 stabs, so when you do 2 full stabs, Pelagia starts lowering. There you go. Okay, that looks... Okay, so I will explain it. Great recovery, because as you saw, just a slight bit off leaves you at the mercy of Pelagia. The way that it works is if you do 2 full stabs, Pelagia starts moving down. So
moving up.
Moving up and then to go back down into the water. So if we do a 1 and a 1.9, we're pushing back just enough time to be able to get all 4 stabs in before it goes into the water. That is super precise, and on top of that, the getting onto the head, if you don't get onto the head fast enough and you don't do the slash, you're gonna have to position Pelagia. And honestly, if it's so ridiculous because if Pelagia is moving forward and then you hit to the right, it slightly turns, but if it's not moving, it really turns to the right, and then it's just a complete mess to control.
And like, if you're not like super into the run, this looked perfect. I'm gonna tell you what just happened there, because this
was a disaster that got fixed.
Yeah, basically, usually you want to get up onto Pelagia's head immediately, and then you can hit the teeth right at the perfect moment to manipulate the AI. I didn't do that. There's a backup. I didn't hit the backup. So basically, Pelagia was too far away from the platform, and I had to do an additional little slash. And that led to Pelagia delaying the shot, which means there's no AI manip anymore, because with AI manip, it does the shot instantly. So that lost like 5 seconds on its own, and there was a slight chance that Pelagia would have turned away if I jumped on it, which would have destroyed another 30 seconds just like that. And like, if it's positioned wrong, sometimes the drop down goes wrong, and then you just hurt. Like,
and then on top of that, from the head, you usually are able to jump directly onto the platform where you're supposed to be. But because Pelagia was moving and the head was in a weird position, Wanda got flung off to the side and you just about grabbed onto the platform.
Yep, that was also a thing, yeah.
That was also in there.
Let's pretend I was in control. Let's pretend I was in control, but I at all wasn't.
Yeah.
And now another one of PDO's new discoveries, which makes the run a lot cooler, is phalanx. It used to be like a thing that we would try to replicate via IL, which would lead to a 50-50 chance of getting the good outcome. Now it's not anymore, but the arrows are a little bit more difficult. Stockie, you can go into the rest of the explanation, I guess.
Yeah. So essentially, what we're going to try to do is get phalanx as soon as possible to turn away. The way that phalanx works is it has 3 air sacs, and you can shoot each of them. And if you're paying good attention, because you shoot each of them, we can do precision stabs to 1 cycle. And this is by far the easiest one because you do so much damage. What we're going to do is we're going to shoot all 3 of them in a specific time, in a kind of specific positioning. You'll hit all 3, and then phalanx will go off to the side and drop down. Do we jump directly, or is it just
almost? Depends on how good I execute it, but it's almost as good as VIL, but it's faster on the setup, and I got it.
Perfect. So basically, this allows phalanx to just go to just straight go down, just absolutely bullet down to the side, and let you get on. In time attack, you can directly jump from aggro to the sigil, essentially. But here, we are more than happy to just jump quickly onto the wings. Also, yeah, shout out to Frequency for the IL setup, for discovering that you can do the time attack setup, and then PDO modified it for it to be more consistent for any percent. And here we're just going to do the precision stabs. It's a 1.7, more or less, 1.7, 1.8. This one's very lenient. There's small optimizations. Weird thing, for those who have played the game, you know that there's different control, button layouts. TikTak is using the fastest, which is modern alternative, I think it's called.
Modern remapped.
Remapped, that's it. Modern remapped, which is a mix between the modern and the weird classic PS2 controls, which has a trick of its own, which is because rolling is just 1 button, you can...
I'm also sorry. For some reason I thought PDO did, but of course JK modified the setup. It's just PDO did so much, but I forgot to give proper credit. I'm sorry, JK modified the setup.
Modified it. No. We're rewriting the history books today. PDO's getting the credit. Sorry, JK. You modified it.
Yeah.
Thanks for your work.
Who's
exactly
JK?
Who's JK? Who is he? But yeah. So each control method has its own little quirks, and one of them is, for some reason, only in classic, you can roll out of stabs. So when you stab, you can press because you're going to be holding grab. You can press triangle to jump, and you will roll out of the stab. It's only in classic. But then modern remapped has double rolling, which is just objectively faster in 90% of the game compared to classic. But it's just those small little optimizations between control schemes, which is quite interesting.
It really do be like that. Before PDO we crawled, now we run. This is what it feels like.
We used to slow crawl, now we speed run.
Yeah. But yeah, the reason, by the way, why the frequency setup was now faster than VAL, because you can replicate VAL. It's harder to do, and it's also slower now because you have to do a little setup before you go into a cutscene. You have to get off aggro, go into a cutscene, which waits like 10 seconds. And we didn't do the frequency setup before that because we thought you had to go from the side, which is basically the same setup, and then it's slower for the most part. But if you go through the front, and Jake found a way to do it, it still saves time and eliminates the RNG, which is great. Yeah, Sancho, I think this run is going very, very, very well. It's good that I don't know the pace, because this might very well be PB/world record pace. I don't know.
Exactly. I forgot to type it on purpose to get rid of the nose.
I'm not sure if I should be nervous or not, because the guys went wrong, but everything else was fine for the most part. It's difficult to tell with the small time losses in between, but it's going very, very well, that's for sure.
Now we are doing the longest ride in the game by far. Passing through Bassaran, we can say hello to the dead turtle over there, which, for those who don't know, you can go up and pray to fight them again, which is called Reminisce mode. But we're going to go to Zenobia, which is the other of the little dogs. This one's a bit more annoying, and we'll show is it the only 30 FPS exclusive trick?
Yes. Well, it's not quite exclusive. 30 FPS just makes it doable in a proper run.
Yeah.
With 60 you can still do it, but it's basically barely like consistent at all.
So what TikTak's going to do is, instead of going through the entire parkour section, because if you remember, with Zenobia there's an entire parkour section that you got to go around, bait Zenobia into knocking down several pillars. It's honestly my favorite casual fight because when you get it down, it feels so good to just never stop moving and doing perfect parkour everywhere. But that's slow, very slow, insanely slow. So what we do instead is we pray to RNGesus.
Okay. This is why. Did you see the grass patch there? It's very dangerous, and this is what loses you like 20 seconds over the whole run. Just things like that. This is like an impactful time loss. Yeah. Oh, come on, aggro. No, not like this.
Aggro slowing down and then refusing to quick start.
Yep.
Peak aggro moments.
Yeah.
But we do love her.
Yeah, she's trying her best, but sometimes her best isn't enough for speedrunning context.
Even if the happiest moment for a speedrunner is the end of the game for reasons, we do still love her. Finally get rid of her.
She's indestructible. She doesn't care in any case.
Luckily.
Yeah.
But what was I saying? Oh yeah. So what we're gonna do is, instead of doing the entire sick parkour section, we're going to pray to RNGesus and do a classic 3D game speedrunning trope of jumping into geometry, hoping for something to change. TikTak's going to jump into the final pillar and glitch, and this is in the PS4 version because they added extra like fancy stuff and extra collisions and everything, but then did a terrible job of adding extra collisions to everything. Just jump into the bottom of the pillar. It has a small little lip, and when you jump in, you kind of glitch through the ground. And if you jump in a very specific, like when you're kind of in, kind of out, and you jump, it just gives you a ton of vertical momentum. It's called the super jump.
Everyone, cover your eyes. It's gonna get ugly in a little bit.
Yeah. And this unfortunately requires to turn the game to cinematic mode.
Wrong way.
I was about to say modern is blasphemy to switch to modern in a speedrun.
PDO and Sean ran on modern. I don't know if we were blasphemous because they're just sick at this game. I don't know. Like whatever works, right?
Terrible. So Luckily for me, I don't know about what FPS the stream is. Lucky for me, I am always watching at 30 FPS, so I haven't seen the terrible change. But I can tell you, when you're running this game, especially on PS5, you notice the difference between 60 and 30. But as I said, TikTak's now going to run into the final pillar, jump as fast as possible, and then just basically do the end. He's going to spam jump now. You can see him getting prepared. Arm up and...
Come on, get out of here, man! Oh my god!
No!
Okay, I got
Hey,
the
there you
backup. But now Zenobia is in a slow position. You know what? Yesterday I failed a world record attempt to this. And if this run was still on pace, now it's gonna lose a lot of time because Zenobia is in a bad positioning.
Yeah, essentially we want, because Zenobia is here now, in the transition from this section to the next section, we shoot Zenobia right before he hits it to keep aggro on, but unfortunately in this position, Zenobia's going to have to go all the way around to then finally get to where it's meant to be when, there you go, it loses aggro and now needs to go all the way around and, oh my god, it's terrible.
No!
Also, that's just rude from Zenobia.
Wrong way, man! Wrong way! Here I am! No! Here! Come on, here! Go here!
I didn't know
Good
you were playing
dog.
The Last Guardian. This is as bad as I think this is as close as Trico control as controlling Trico. Just getting that Zenobia to be fair, that was particularly bad. I haven't seen Zenobia do it that bad from that position.
It did yesterday, so it's just luck of the draw. It used to be my best Colossus, but there was like a meme going on yesterday where I failed it, and I was like, oh come on. I was basically second guessing if I'm just getting old and my mash is bad. So PTO got out like one of those programs that allows you to track how fast you mash. It was faster than PTO and JK, so I still am better than
We
them.
still got it.
Yeah, but it's not the same as it used to be, man. Also a little side thing that you might have missed explaining, but another little strat that you might have not noticed is the geometry in the back of the
Oh yeah, true.
arena. You can jump there during the cutscene, and everyone missed this geometry because it's just not there in the PS2 and PS3 version. And one day Wacky just found it out of nowhere in the most silly way possible because it's just so obvious once you see it. And that's another 10-second time save right there, so...
Yeah, it's really, really good because it stops you from having to run down, then climb up, and then go through. On top of that, Zenobia can be a bit of a B-word and chase you down and attack you if you don't move fast enough. As well as getting crushed by the pillar falling down. So if you just do a precise jump right as the arches are dropping down, breaking, you can just get up without any issue. PDO just joined into the stream.
PDO cost the curse. Whenever PDO joins, something goes wrong for me.
Confused about the last 5 minutes of discussion. Hello, PDO. Welcome. Now we are on the final two Colossi. We're going on to Argus, my second most hated Colossi. And then finally, obviously, Ballast. Argus is the final launch that we're going to be doing, and this is a very long fight. Casually, you got to go through, you got to climb up, you got to knock down the bridge and all that kind of stuff. We don't care about that, obviously. We go straight through, and what we're going to do is, right as we spawn in, we're going to bait Argus to stomp us with their left foot, which gives us just enough height, which makes him kneel down, allows us to jump onto the right foot, and then from the right foot we can jump straight onto the hand. From the hand we can stab that, jump back onto the right foot, and then with the walking animation, similar to Bassaran, where side jumping transfers the momentum of the Colossi. As Argus starts walking, we're going to side jump and just fling straight up to the head. And from then on, we just, defeat Argus. It is a deceptively hard launch. It is quite specific with the timing, and it's not as... I feel like it's not as visually clear as Bassaran, where the legs straight up going up. You know, it's very clear when it's right at the peak where you can launch to the side. While with Argus, it's just kind of the legs slightly moving. But you know, it's a very consistent Colossus once you get it. Also, I've been told, because I haven't.
Yeah, transferring momentum is a big part of this game. Just the physics are so broken in so many ways, and exploiting it wherever possible is just the coolest thing about this game. Because the skips, some of them are glitchy, but most of them just feel so like they go with the flow, and it feels good to hit them, so it's very enjoyable to run this game. I can recommend it to anyone who looks into a game that's like easy to get into and hard to master, because I've been like running this game since 2018 or something, and there's always new stuff to discover and more stuff to optimize. It's like never ending.
Yeah. Like, even like stuff with the frequency setup, all the optimizations PDO has done, and everything that's allowed us to go sub 1 hour IGT in any percent normal, and sub what's Boss Rush on now? Let me check. Sub 14 minutes.
Yep.
IGT. That's all in the last couple years. And
Yeah,
this.
Yeah, if I'm allowed to throw out a shout out, if you're interested in like the discoveries and the context of the speedruns, Speed Dogs made a very good video on it. Highly recommend. It's like not sponsored, but it's starting from a PS2 and PS3 days, and goes all the way to like what was back then, the up-to-date part of it, and how Sean dominated the whole freaking scene for so long. Just overall great video. And we probably also have to shout out Sancho's eco video as well, because that one is honestly, in my opinion, unbiased, even better, considering it has so many cool jokes and it has a very cool narrative. Like, definitely recommend. We still need to make a Last Guardian one, because that one also has a lot of history to it at this point. Pretty cool.
And then we can finally, you know, bring it all together. But now, finally, going up against Argus is what we're going to see the execution. We're going to see the big old stomp. We move over to the side there specifically to bait that hit, because if you stay still, it will stomp you with the other foot. We're going to jump magnet onto the hand, because
okay, that's my... Okay, I saved it. But now it's going to lose a cycle.
That's fine. Basically, the grabbing onto the hand, even though it looked relatively simple...
Oh, come on. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. None of this is like terribly bad.
I'll be honest, it's terribly bad.
This is standard for most people, essentially.
I'm looking for different things, but yeah, it's fine. It has a backup. Let's put it this way.
This is the normal way to do it, essentially. And then just zoop. In 60 FPS. I still think it's essentially cheating compared to 30. It's way easier to just go straight up. It's even possible to bounce off of the chest and just fly off, and not be able to grab on. But I mean, all in all, very well saved.
Thanks. Well, I disagree in one sense. I think 30, on its peak performance, when you're good at it, has just the same potential as 60, and some things might even be easier. So, like, Bastaran, I would so much love to just switch to 30 for the shakes, because that head is a nightmare in 60 compared to 30. But yeah, I'll give you some of the tricks are a bit more fluid, and you have a bit more control, which is also a curse sometimes, because when you have to... Like just now, I think on 30 this would have worked out fine, but on 60, I grabbed the wrong part of the hand, which I then had to reposition, waste a cycle, and then I didn't make the transition directly to the foot, which overall was lost like probably 20-25 seconds there.
I think we've lost in the stream all text, unfortunately, but the run is still going, but the text in time is... That should be fine. Luckily we are... Well, not luckily, but we are now finally in the last stretch. It's going to be the final Colossus, although time does not end when the final Colossus is dead, because there's a small section right after. And, you know, honestly, it's... How do you feel usually when you're on like a world record pace during this run?
Terrified.
Take us through the... Oh yeah, text is back. Perfect, thanks. Take us through the mindset right now.
Well, basically,
world record run.
you know, Malice isn't that bad. It's like, once you know how to do it, you'll do it anytime. But the added stress of everything, it's like one of the Colossus that it's easily to mess up. And I think I'm the guy who has failed Malice in the most creative kind of ways on world record paces before. We call it being TikTaked for a reason. This is my contribution to the community.
That is true.
Basically, I've had everything happen. I was on the head and then got flung back to the start of the arena. I had,
You got soft locked.
I got
straight up
soft
one at a
locked
time.
on a pixel twice. No one has done it besides me, but I got it twice before. But yeah, I've practiced it enough that I think I should be fine. But also, like, now there's multiple layers to it, because when you're, like, slightly behind on a run, I recently discovered a new setup, which is, like, a lot faster, let's say 10 seconds or something. But it also has a lot of risk involved, where you can lose the whole run immediately. So now I will, every time I'm, like, slightly behind, I will be tempted to throw the run away. So back to the good old TikTak ways, right?
Exactly. Just final Hail Mary, but don't do it. This is a marathon, remember? Marathon.
Yeah. By the way, in a marathon race, I think I was on pace to be second in one of those big races we had once. And then Malice yeeted me all the way back and I got last. So that also happened once.
Chev does say, no pressure. I saw this last Colossus doesn't require more than 2 hours, 10 minutes to beat. No pressure.
I mean, I have no idea what my RTA is like, but this feels like a very clean run. Everything that I would have hoped for, besides a few hiccups like Zenobia. I'm not sure how fast it is, but since we have more than a lot of estimate left after this, I will at least want to look at the IGT to get a reference point, because I'm quite interested in that. Time will end before that. And then it will depend on the organizers. Like, if you have time to fill, I can also, like, look into showcasing a few more things about this game. If not, we can also just go to the next run, whatever is preferable. But yeah, coming up is a very important section to a speedrun.
I'm going to let you concentrate as I explain on Malice. This is the final climb up to Malice. Also, 07's in chat. Bible Thump. Although I think they got rid of Bible Thump, but just
They got rid of Bible Thump?
They got rid of Bible Thump. Technically, copyright stuff.
Really? Oh no,
yeah.
That's sad. Bible Thump's in chat for Bible Thump.
Bible Thump's in chat. Aggro's fine. Don't you worry. She is made out of adamantium, just like Wanda.
Yep.
Surprisingly, all that was just like a twisted hoof, basically.
Yeah, just a scratch.
How much run is left? There's about like 5 minutes left. Of the run?
A bit more probably, and we will still watch the credits. So we'll give it 15, just because I want to know the IGT, and I think we have enough leeway here.
So time will be in about like a bit more than 5 minutes, but then there's also the credits for the final IGT. But for Malice, what we're going to do is we're going to completely ignore all laws and physics and everything that makes sense. Okay. Sorry, just had some technical messages. So the way that it's going to work is you get shot by Malice constantly, and there's a whole section where you're meant to go under the tunnels and through the rafters and everything. But realistically, we don't really care about that, and the bolts that you get shot are much scarier than they really are. The actual damage, like the area of damage, is very easily mitigated, and it's not that wide. So with very specific running and specific positioning, whistling, rolling, jumping, all of that, we can just run through and just ignore all of the shots. Like if we're in a cheesy American war movie with all of the explosions in the background, we're just gonna run past everything.
Yeah, an experienced runner should hopefully not have problems with that, right? There's a lot of leeway, right?
So we're just going to follow a very specific path, doing some relatively specific movement. And honestly, ask any speedrunner this. It looks scary, it looks terrifying, it looks complicated. It's so much easier than the intended route. The intended route is terrible. like that section right there to your left is really, really hard to do, intended. Meanwhile, here we can just, you know, just jump and roll around and we're through. Absolutely no issues. Now, once we're on Malice, we're going to do the climb up as usual, but when we get to the part where we're meant to go to the back and stab it to kind of, you know, make Malice scratch their back, we're instead going to go, you know, to like we're going to go to the hip. And from that position, you can just about shoot the weak point in the shoulder, and that weak point will make Malice do a specific movement, which will allow us to jump onto the hand, and then from the hand we can do a jump that transfers vertical momentum to
Why does this keep happening for me? It's like the third time it happened in 3 runs. I don't know. It's probably the nerves. Oh wow! Let's move.
Don't you worry.
There we go.
So then, Tika's going to jump onto the hand, then from the hand jump straight onto the shoulder, and then just kill Malice nice and early. There you go. So now we got Malice's attention, and then even though this move, this looks like a very subtle move from his hand, it gives a ton of vertical momentum. As you jump straight, Malice kind of doesn't know what to do, cranks its neck a bit, and that's it. And this should be the end. Don't pause time yet. Don't finish timer, because there is a section after this. But generally speaking, you'll be able to plant right at the back there, and it's impossible for Malice to get you out of that plant. So imagine the nerves. Imagine the nerves at this point. And that's it. GG's.
No timer yet.
Now we're gonna have a small little. What's that?
Not the timer yet, though. This is just the last important sections.
Not the timer yet. Yeah. We just hit 5 hours 30 total.
Wow, that's with setup time, right?
No. That is pausing between runs.
Oh, it is pause between runs. That's good, though.
Yeah. They did pause between runs. But now we just have a small section. Oh, don't forget to make Dorman float.
Yeah, I will. That's important. It's actually faster, I think.
it might be faster. I don't think we haven't put much time into this part. There you go. There's a small section here where you control Dormin. There's not much you can do except just kind of wait.
Yeah, you can, vape on stream.
Yeah, you can vape on stream. But as you can see, Dormin is nice and floaty, because for some reason, if you wiggle the control left and right, the movement stick left and right as the cutscene is charging, is loading in, Dorman just appears in the air.
Yeah, we also get dormant feet. Yeah, if anyone is wondering why I'm pointing out the feet, it's because we are floating mid-air, because I manipulated the clicking movement, and it's very silly if we just get into the cutscene in a bit. But it's faster because they target you less, I think. It's all based on the AI running away. They are like back there trying to get away from you. It has a lot of symbolic meaning, a lot of lore, a lot of symbolism, but let's not worry about it. We're a big demon guy with horns.
Time ends when Wanda has a bath in the milk, also known as goes into the pool at the end.
Seals his evil soul, yeah. Something along those lines.
Purifies it, whatever, you know. But yeah, we have there you go. There's Dormin, nice and floaty. We have the all okay to wait for the IGT to see the time, how it goes. It's most definitely sub 1 hour, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I think the IGT must be sub 1 hour. I'm at least, now I'm wondering if it's PB. Probably not, because the Zenobia time. Because the, Zenobia section and the Argus section went wrong, but it's probably, below the margin I've set for myself, which is, I think this relay will be hard to beat. This relay is definitely...
This relay is a 5:32.32, and the record for the relay was 6:19.
Yeah, so this relay will be hard to beat because all of the 3 runs were so goddamn good. It's crazy.
That was a 40. It's about a 122 RTA, says PDO.
122 is very, very good. 122 is 2 minutes of record or something. for a 1.5 hour run, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely just a couple minutes.
And, you know, I set myself the goal to get under 123.30. That was my personal goal, which is usually the line for, like, sub 1 hour IGT. So I think this is even sub 59 IGT. I'm very curious, so we'll still watch the cutscene. But thank you so much, really Longathon, for hosting us. This was very, very cool. If anyone is interested in any of the games, please join our lovely Discord server. There's a lot of like guides and resources for you to start running, and we are all very happy to help you out if you're interested in it. All of the games are very, very cool on their own, and as someone who has run all three of them, have very different kind of differences and similarities at the same time. It's kind of interesting. You know, with TOG being more about AI manipulation, a lot of patience, and like just the knowledge. So much patience. You know, I always get impatient on Pelagia in hard mode, and running TOG is like you're running Pelagia on hard mode for 3 hours. So, you know, that's basically the gist of it, but Pelagia at least listens when you tell it to go a certain way, so that's the difference there. When Eco, you can run it in a very glitchy way, you can run it in a very non-glitchy movement-based way, which both are very valid and very, very cool runs. We saw Hayaoki just absolutely destroy any kind of, like, sense that the game made, and the 60 Hz run is also very cool in its own way without many glitches. Easy to learn, very hard to master. And this game, which also has a boss rush, which is easy to get into, there's individual level runs you can do. There's New Game Plus if you want to just one-shot everything, and any percent normal is probably my personal favorite because it combines like chill sections with intense parts, and you need a lot of consistency to be good at it, so I'm glad that I was able to show a pretty good execution of it, dare I say. Like, I'm very happy with how it went.
That's a very, very good execution.
Also, Aggro is back. Look, Aggro is back.
Aggro's back. Let's go.
It had the snorkel and the diving suit, and horses can't swim. They don't care, especially Aggro doesn't.
But yeah, no, it's very good. Also, we have a lot of category extensions for a bunch of different things for all of the games. So, you know, even if you're like, oh, I'm too scared to learn something, there's something for everyone.
Oh yeah, there's even like things like intended percent, which basically skips over all the skips. You just run the game as intended as possible within reason.
Which was totally not a nightmare to create rules for.
It was a nightmare to create.
Easy.
It started as a joke by me, but when people took it seriously, so now it's a very beloved category. So you know how it goes sometimes.
Also, the world famous cooties percent for Eco and poop percent for The Last Guardian.
Yep, you can run poop percent. I think it's optimizable because, yeah, we still have to find poop manip. If anyone finds poop manip, it will help a lot with the platinum run. Sable recently has created a new category which is Platinum Factor, Plat Factor. All 3 platinum runs in a row. Mind-blowing to me that a person can handle so much intensity, like, and existential dread, which you probably feel after the first platinum run. So, yeah.
Considering if it's worth it to continue on or...
Yeah, or you can do what Anthiki did. Shout out to Anthiki. He's a runner who started out by running Malice, and then he just kept running Malice until he got world record in it, without touching any other part of the game, which is insane. He got the NTA world record, and you know what the craziest part is? Stockie, I think he did slow stabs. I'm not sure if he was aware or not. Yeah,
really?
Yeah. If he did fast stabs, he would have crushed the record by multiple seconds. It's crazy.
Insane.
Yeah, and he still beat it. Yeah.
Just to put it into perspective, IL, like the individual level for Malice, just requires you to wear TikTak, turn to the right, and follow the path just from up top. It just makes you go straight, and you run straight and use. I don't exactly understand it. They use like specific invincibility frames.
Yeah, you basically jump, and then right as a like bomb hits right in front of you, you like hit R1 to go down, and if you are hitting a specific frame, you get an invincibility frame and dodge that one. Basically, what YL is you run into the same part of the bomb over and over again, and 1 in 50 runs or so you get past it, and then you still have to do a bunch of other very, very difficult stuff. And then Vicky just crushed that part. He optimized it so well. It's like absolutely crazy, especially since like people like Odawara, another Japanese runner who is very, 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 very good at the game. He held the boss rush record before I took it. He has held all the IL records at some point and still has most of them. Very, very good runner of the game. So, you know, you can do anything you want in this game, and there's never boring times.
There's never a boring time in all of these games. And I hope you've enjoyed all 3 runs. They were all insanely good. And we'll definitely mark a new level for relays in our
you know, as much as I loved our relay with Usu and JK, in comparison to what we just did, that old one felt fairly rusty, you know what I mean? Like, I think all of us crushed the run by like 15 to 20 minutes or something. It's insane.
I mean, 1 hour, 2 hours under prediction. Like, just under 2 hours. So just over 2 hours under prediction, so 2 hours, 3 minutes.
We will still have to calculate the exact RTA, but it's cool that we all crushed it, because I was a bit nervous that I would fail some parts of it, but then I just did a solid run without too many mistakes.
That's also something that's good for people starting as well, is that even the highest level runs, like full game runs, nothing is perfect yet. Yeah, like, there's still optimization, there's still stuff, there's still execution. So there's not that fear that some games give, where like the top run is just impossible, completely inaccessible, which is perfect.
Yeah, and usually the way it goes is once the game reaches a level where you think it is like that, only PDO comes about and says, "Oh, here's another minute of time save. There you go, have fun." You know?
Yeah, because PDO has been in the community relatively short time.
Short time considering at how good he got so quickly. Yeah, and like even small contributions can change the run a lot. Like any percent specifically has like many different sections where all of a sudden you save a lot of time. Like I think this run right now would have been world record just a couple years ago, but simply by the optimization, whereas it's probably like 2 minutes away now, or something. We will see with the IGT. Yeah. Still waiting for the IGT.
We'll see. Because this is the only unfortunate part about this is, you know, waiting for the IGT every time. But at least it's not like what's it called? It's not like Eco, where it's the entire credits, and on top of that you have to execute. So you can't
exactly.
Ignore the run.
So here we just watch the credits to relax and not do anything after that.
It's a good de-stress. Or be very stressed thinking if you got world record.
Yeah, because the other part is why we go by IGT is that there's a lot of console differences. And once we actually figured out how IGT works, we recognize it's a lot better. At least in the PS4 version, because PS3 version is a whole different thing. That one counts loads and it's useless. But in the PS4 version, it only counts the moments where you have control over Wonder, so it's very consistent and reliable. We couldn't figure it out for the longest time because it runs at 90% speed for whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it runs at 90% speed for some reason. It is, every second is 0.9 seconds IGT. Nobody knows why. And it's in every game, right? I think it isn't just a PS4 thing. PS2 and PS3 are a bit weird with IGT.
No, PS2, PS3, I'm not sure how they run, but they count every cutscene and every credit and everything pretty much. And it's like every load, so why would you bother? That's a bit of the unfortunate part because where console still matters since we have to go by RTA since the IGT doesn't really matter. But for the boss rushes, we use our own system where we just add up all the individual level times, which again makes for a very, very consistent timing method. So you don't even need a crazy console setup. Just get a $5 capture card off of Amazon and get going, you know.
And just believe in yourself.
Believe in yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, if we remember Sean and how quickly he got to the top and outpaced everyone, I think he within 3 months he beat my run, and then within half a year he had the record or something along those lines. So you can get with the resources we have very, very good very quickly if you put your mind to it and don't reset everything 10 times in a row.
Definitely don't reset everything. That is by far the thing that keeps everyone behind. Is a lot of us just reset constantly. Or
the other good thing about the PS4 and PS5 is you can actually record the gameplay directly off the console. So you could start out with individual level runs. You can even fit an NTA boss rush within the hour time limit. And then if all else fails, you can stream directly off the PS4 or PS5 and then capture the gameplay that way. So that also works. Beautiful music, by the way. And we're coming up to the IGT very soon.
IGT.
Yeah. The game is also very beautiful. Yeah, it's. If you don't want to speedrun it, just play through it once for the impact it can have. It's very cool.
Oh, definitely play through the game. The game is beautiful.
And
all else fails, just buy a PS5. Correct, Sancho.
yeah, just buy a PS5. Unironically, you know, I got the PS.
You can play all 3 games on the PS5. So
yeah, that's one thing, and the other thing is I got my PS5 and I wanted to play other games, but then later on I got an Xbox because it has Game Pass instead. So right now the only reason I use my PS5 is for Shadow of the Colossus speedrunning. So you know, it's still worth it.
That is the only reason why it's still there.
Yeah, worth every cent. That's for sure, because it allowed me to play 60. Have a bit of a quality of life loading time difference, which doesn't matter for the runs timing. All right, let's see the IGT, and unless the moderation or staff wants me to do anything else with the game, we can go into a break and fill the time in some other way, whatever you prefer. Let's see. So the final IGT is 59:16. This is very, very good.
Wow, that's insane. That's amazing. That's only 4 people have gone sub 1 hour ever.
Yeah, and live on stream, this is very cool. I've outdone my own expectations.
Amazing.
And I think for like marathon runs, I've only ever done 1 or 2 times that were faster than this. So there we go. Join the Discord, play the games. Staff, if you don't need us for anything else, we can go into the transition. So, you got task fillers. Tasks are great. Let's watch some tasks. Sorry, but we annihilated this run. Like, this is still half an hour faster than I expected, so we definitely have outdone ourselves with a world record for relay. And everyone else have fun watching the rest of the really, really longathon. Donate for good causes, and yeah, have fun.
Goodbye. Thank you.